calling the special city council meeting Wednesday, June 17th, 2026, set at 7:30 to meeting. City Clerk, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Counselor Hughley. Counselor Jacobs. Counselor McKee. Counselor Riley. Counselor Ryan. Counselor Yuen. President Mahoney.
Present. If we could all stand for a moment of silence. And turn to pledge allegiance to the flag. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So at this point, we're going to adjourn this meeting and move right into finance.
Do we need to?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, I don't think we did that. Okay, good evening. I'd like to call to order the Wednesday, June 17th departmental budget hearings of the Finance Committee and start by reading the open meeting law. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. Do we need to call the roll? We're all set, right? Okay. First item on the agenda is the tourism budget. We had some questions on the Historical Society benefits, and Mr. Walker, you're prepared to speak to that.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much. As the council can see, at its request, the amended budget includes a new line, Director of Historic Society Benefits, $14,814. That covers the health insurance and pension contribution of the Director of the Historical Society, and as you can see, that is also offset, included in the offset from the hotel motel tax.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any discussion on this or motion?
We need to accept the new budget.
Okay. We need a motion for that?
Yeah.
Motion to accept the budget.
Okay. Motion from Councilor Mahoney to accept. Any discussion on this? All those in favor? Any opposed? Wonderful. Okay. Moving on to the library budget. Ms. Slyman.
That just accepts the budget.
Oh, that just
We need to vote
accepts?
to approve it.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, motion, we need sorry, excuse me, Sarah. We need a motion to approve this budget. We have accepted it, we need a motion to approve. Motion to approve by Councilor McKee, seconded by Councilor Jacobs. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, moving on. Thank you for your patience, Sarah. So if I recall, we had some line items that just were not matching up in unison with what you had, and I believe, I'll let you speak to it, but I think we've, for the most part, resolved those. Do we have her mic on?
Having me back.
There you go.
I want to open by thanking my excellent colleagues in the Human Resources Department, Director Patty McGowan, and Assistant Director Laura Power, as well as Paul Della Barba in Munify, and James Dennis, the Manager of Accounts, as well as the auditor. We've worked diligently to correct the bookkeeping errors that we saw at the last presentation. And I believe you all have the amended budget in front of you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Or do we need the motion to accept?
No, that
Okay.
one's.
Sure.
Could you tell me which line, because I didn't have a chance to go really
Which
through
line items they were, right?
which items they were to
Yes.
start?
The ones that you all had questions about were, thank you, 512765, 512060, and 512038. So if you look at your amended budget tonight, 512060 has been removed. That person that is actively in that role belonged in 512765 and is now housed there.
Is that the only one that changed, or?
512038 in the 5-year look back was showing no expenses. The head archivist, the department head of the Archives and Special Collections Department, should have resided in there. She was promoted out of the reference department, and her salary was appearing in the reference department and is now appropriately reallocated to 512038.
I don't have my original budget, so did that change the line items for the 2027 proposed? The 400, for the personal services for the 4,220,874? Do you know?
I'm sorry, your question?
So the question is, when you took out those salaries and put them in the right places, did it change the bottom line for personal services for 4,220,874?
So Madam
Madam Auditor?
Auditor has.
Thank you. So Councilor Mahoney, when you're looking at the fiscal '27 budget, nothing changed in that budget.
Okay.
What was done, there was some accounting changes made in the fiscal '26 budget, so your year-to-date budget reports are now reading how they actually should be standing.
Right, so then I have a different question for you. And that question is, in fiscal year '26, when we just had the transfers, was that Monday night, it showed approximately $200,000 transferred from the library personal services. Do you know what made up that $200,000?
I wasn't aware, I'm not sure. I mean, I would assume it was because we moved the people's lines back and forth. Are you saying there was a cut, or?
Well, I can move that over to the auditor, so the auditor.
Yes, so if you think back to Monday night's meeting with the year-end transfers, I believe at the last budget hearing, the director said there were some open positions that were not filled yet, so that led to some breakage in the personal service line for fiscal 2026, and I'm assuming that is where they came up with the $200,000 from that.
So could you tell me which positions are open?
Yes, there is, the branch librarian at Wollaston is open, the teen and adult services librarian at Adams Shore, and a full-time custodian position.
And that adds up to 200,000?
I'm sorry?
And that adds up to 200,000?
I don't have the numbers exactly in front of me for that.
Are they're still open? Do you have them filled at all, or
We're working with the union to get them posted and filled.
how long have they been open for?
The teen and adult services at Adams Shore has been only open for a little while. The young woman that was in that position transferred laterally to the same position in North Quincy. And we are working with the union to look at that job description to make sure it's accurately reflecting the needs of the Adams Shore community. The custodian position just opened up. I couldn't say exactly, but very recently, we had a new hire who had to depart due to health issues.
Okay.
And the Wollaston branch librarian has been open for a little bit. I couldn't say exactly how long. We're also working with the union to talk about what leadership of that department needs to look like moving forward.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So if we have no further questions, do we have a motion to, Councilor Yuan, hang on one second. Go ahead, Councilor Yuan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question about item 512038. So in the budget book, 5138. So the actual spending 2025 budget and 2026 is both zero in the old file, but in the new file now become 2026 actual spending become 83,685. How does that happen? Because the last meeting, still actual spending is zero. Why just after 2 weeks, it's spending 83,685.
So, isn't that the correction we were looking for?
Pardon?
I believe that was the correction we brought her back for, was to correct that, because it was 0, and now they've moved that position around, if I'm not mistaken.
The current book.
There was somebody in reference that was moved out.
You have to look at the.
Yeah, this is the
That's
new
right,
one.
Sarah, right? There was
Yes.
somebody in reference that was moved out.
Correct.
512038.
Yes.
This page, the children's, library page is different than that page, that's why we had to vote.
But that position was unfilled for 2 years, then just filled?
No.
That position was unfilled
That
for 2
position
years?
belongs to our head archivist. She has been working in that position for almost 4 years. The bookkeeping on it was inaccurate, so she, during that time, was being categorized as a reference librarian and not as a department head with her own line. So we fixed that last week, and that's why the new budget reflects the accurate spending for that.
So the difference will be in 512042.
Oh, okay, so 3 positions, they all changed. One is 512038 and 512765. That's also changed. Okay. Okay. So the new budget,
I think maybe the auditor might be able to clarify for her.
Councilor Yuan, the part of the thing, this person has been in the position for 4 years, but due to the being charged to an incorrect line for the past 4 years, that's why you're seeing a 0 balance in that line. So the historicals, we cannot go back and change because the fiscal years have closed, but going forward from fiscal year '26 on, you will see that this person is now being charged to the correct line.
okay, my question is, how come it lasted for 4 years, didn't get corrected? If this position is categorized wrong, why it last 4 years? That's just create a confusion.
Correct. I can't answer to the fact why it has gone on for 4 years. All I can say is that we have worked diligently since our last meeting, making sure that everyone is being charged in the correct line. So in order to move forward with this particular line item, we've changed the line item, we've changed the employee in her master file to be charged to the correct account.
Okay, so currently still have a 3 position open, correct?
That would be up to the director to answer, I believe so.
Yes.
In the last year, because these 3 positions are open and filled, so you have transferred money 200,000, is it correct? So if for 2 years you don't need this position, for 2 years you didn't fill this position, means those positions are not so urgent or necessary. So I would like to make a cut of this position.
What position are you referring to?
The position you didn't fill for 2 years.
What position is that?
Which line item?
The chief category,
There is somebody.
512038.
There's somebody in that position. Counselor, there is somebody currently in that position. They've been in the position for 4 years. So if you look at the year-to-date budget report, you'll see that I believe $85,000 has been expended, and there is currently only $4,300 left in the line, which will be expended within the next two weeks left in the fiscal year.
So my question is, $200,000 transferred last year is from which?
It is not
position?
from this line, it would not, it
From
could
which
have
one?
reflected in this line, but it wasn't reflected accurately from this particular line because there was a person that is this position, chief cataloger.
Debbie?
So then from which position though, those $200,000?
It could be made up of various lines within the budget, so there could be that $200,000. I don't have the detail as to what makes that up, but it could have been from various lines within the budget
To total 200.
to total $200,000, because they're basically, when they do the year-end transfers, and I could be incorrect, what they normally do is they will look at the bottom line, like in this case, there's $488,315 left, which is 88% that has been used in the budget. So I'm assuming that an analysis was done, and when they did the analysis, they found various lines that make up that $200,000 cost.
So I'm little confused because when President Mahoney asked that 200,000 is from 3 open positions, and the director of libraries said yes. So I assume that 200,000 money transferred are from that 3 unfilled position.
So it could be because there have been unfilled positions. However, in the position that you're talking about, 512038, the chief cataloger, that position has been filled, and it has been filled for the past 4 years.
Counselor McKee, I know you have had your hand up. Do you want to?
So, Counselor Yuen, I just want to, what I understood from Director Slyman was that the positions that are open now include a teen adult librarian at Adams Shore, because that person moved to North Quincy, and a custodian just opened up. And then probably it sounded like the longest one that's been open is the Wollaston Branch librarian. So those are the 3, I think, that may make up the 200,000.
Would you like to make a motion to accept? Oh, Counselor.
Hi.
Hey,
Counselor Jacobs?
Sorry, going back to the archivist librarian, how many archivist librarians are there?
3.
There are 3, okay. And I see, and there were 3 in 2026, and there were 3 in 2025?
There have been 3 positions. I don't recall.
Are they union positions, or are they appointed? I just was curious,
All positions at the library union, with the exception of the 3 administrators and the executive assistant to administration.
because I see here that it looks like the archivist librarian, like year-to-date, is 125,679, and in that budget last year, you only had 123,035 budgeted, so we're over budget there. And in the next budget, it's going up, quite substantially to 140,724, which is an increase of about 14, that's an increase of quite a bit. So I just was curious if, I know that the union employees got like a 3% raise. That seems more than 3%.
They are both relatively new employees, so they're still in the step raise rotation, so
Okay.
they're also receiving
Just wanted
both
to
of them
make sure.
step raises.
All right. And I know that some of these individuals are being paid out of like other line item budgets in the past. I know, because they were being charged from the wrong account. So are those accounts now going to have overages in them because we put them in the right accounts, or is money going to be reduced from that?
No, everything should be zeroing out now that it's all fixed.
Okay, thank you.
We're fixing it for fiscal year '27, and we can't do anything about how it was booked, which line items in prior years. Counselor Ryan?
Thank you. I had a question on line item 570302, that's the Old Colony Network. Is that the internet access to the library?
Partially, yes.
Yeah. And do you track the number of accounts that go through that network?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but I can tell you a little bit about how the network functions that might help.
Absolutely.
So we pay an annual fee to the Old Colony Library Network to become a member so that we can, so Quincy residents can borrow materials from all the other libraries. So That cost covers a lot of our internet and IT services. You'll note that we don't have any municipal funding for IT of any kind in the library budget. We absorb all of that ourselves partially through OCLN. And the delivery, right, because the books come and go all across the state. So as long as we remain a library in good standing with the Mass Board of Library Commissioners, we can borrow books from anywhere in the world.
Okay.
And then there's quite a bit to it. So then they provide all of our databases. So anytime you go on our website and want to do research, like old issues of the Quincy Sun or the Patriot Ledger, we pay through them at a heavily discounted rate because we purchase collectively as a network rather than individually as the 28 libraries. So that's some of it.
Okay.
And if you were asking, do we track, I mean, we know how many library cards Quincy residents have, and we know how many internet sessions people use in our buildings. I don't have either of those numbers handy, unfortunately, but if you're interested, I could get them for you.
Oh, I would be very interested. I actually have an account, and I absolutely love using it.
Great.
Though a
Glad to
lot
hear
of the
it.
books that I want to borrow are always taken.
We're doing the best we can.
Yeah. But I do thank you for that. I think that's a great tool for families to have. So I would be greatly interested in getting some data on how often that's used. Okay.
Absolutely, sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, if there's no further questions. Counselor Yuan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question of item 512765, Chief Tech Service. So year to date, you only spend 63.2% of budget item. Could you explain why?
Yes, the former longtime reference coordinator was in that position. She was promoted to deputy director, and in between her departure due to promotion and the hiring of the new department head, there was a bit of breakage. So that line would normally be fully expended if it had been populated for all 12 months of the year.
Is that position being advertised now?
I'm sorry?
Has that open position been advertised?
Is it filled now?
Have you posted that position?
Have I filled it?
Post?
It's been filled since October.
So there was a period of time where there was no one in the position, and that's why there's money available, because there was nobody there to pay.
Okay.
But it is filled now, is that correct?
Correct.
And the current 3 open positions, are those posted online?
Not yet.
How long has been those open position?
Well, as I
Available.
said when Councilor Mahoney answered, I don't know exactly. The custodian just left recently. The young woman that transferred from Adams Shore to North Quincy has been over there for a couple of months, and we are working on deciding what we're doing about the leadership position at Wollaston with the union and the city.
And another item, 512185 literacy project, that you also only spend 49.2% to year to date. And could you explain that?
I couldn't quite hear your question.
Item 512185,
Yep.
year to date, you only spend 49.2% of a budget amount. Could you explain that?
Yes, I think this was one of the bookkeeping errors that was corrected.
That's the new one. That's a new one, we got it.
Madam Auditor?
Counselor, there was a new report run this afternoon, and that report shows that to date, $80,454.60 has been spent. So that budget that's over the budgeted amount of $66,000. So they've overspent by $14,000 on Sunday openings.
And that budget just updated this afternoon?
Yes, I ran it at about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Are we talking about 512185 or 510185?
510185, I thought
No,
that's what.
I'm
She's
talking about
512.
512185.
Okay.
512185 is the literacy
So
project.
that budget to date, 88,323.58 has been spent.
It's been what?
88,323 has been spent out of that line.
Counselor McKee?
So I don't know if you heard that, Councilor Yuen, 88,323 has been spent out of that line. I'm just going from what the auditor was saying. We may not have the latest, I'm not sure if we have the latest.
You do have the latest.
We have the
yeah.
latest version. Because I think, well, I had stuff that I had not gotten since 3 PM, so if it's changed, I don't know where.
So those were left, we left those updated reports at the well.
Okay,
in
so they
front of
might
everybody's
be,
seat.
they might be on our tables here. So that's, okay. So,
I think we've resolved what
Yeah.
we asked Ms. Slyman to come back here for.
yeah, it sounds like, Councilor Yuen, the auditor said that she sat down and kind of worked everything out, so going forward, it should be okay, and so I think everything's lined up. Might want to, I might make a motion to, oh,
Okay, wait one second. Go ahead, Counselor Yuen.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My concern is if city councilors are sitting here to review budget line by line, and if the accurate information only available this afternoon or just before the meeting, that's very difficult for councilors to track, to really doing oversight of to review the budget. So I think for the future, this practice should be improved. Otherwise, we're sitting here just to become ceremony, say yes, right? If we couldn't really check it because the information just available and it's different from what we got.
Okay. I would like to say, though, that I remember when we sent Ms. Lyman back, I did try to make sure that all of the questions were put on the table so that we weren't redebating on things. And Madam Auditor, I'll let you speak, but I do believe that we have resolved the issues that were the questions we had from the last session. And it is a little bit confusing because now it throws lines off from the past with the objective to fix it going forward.
Okay.
And I think we've accomplished that. I trust Madam Auditor's, expertise on this matter.
So the reason why you have an updated report that is dated, that was ran this afternoon at 3 o'clock, is when you were in the office earlier today and we were going over this budget, there was a line item in the library line that was still not booked correctly. So I worked with the municipal finance office to get that booked so that the council as a body would have the correct information in front of them as you looked through the reports, and I made sure that at your seats, that you would have that current information, the most up-to-date information, so you could make a decision on this budget.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Susan, the
You're
auditor.
welcome.
Yeah. I'm not questioning you, I'm just because you said you run this new update budget at 3 p.m. this afternoon, and then we got it, it's a completely new one. So what I reviewed before is different, so it's make us very difficult to track. I just suggest in the future, we need to improve this budget process and the budget review process so councilors can really do their job to review it. We need the information and earlier, not just right at the meeting. That's all I'm asking.
I mean, I think that what we were trying to do was sort of untangle some bookkeeping issues between municipal finance and the jobs that these people hold. But Counselor Mahoney, if you want to add anything to this.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So the package that you gave me, Jen just gave me tonight when I came in, has the most updated year-to-date, right? Is that what I'm to assume?
On the year-to-date information.
There were three, but there were the packets, there was the packet you handed me to, handed.
Well, you guys
Everything is, I don't know if I have it, but I got the year-to-date that was in a package. And I'm seeing the same thing, which is spent 49.2%. So I guess,
In the package that you received last week. In the package.
That's the one I'm looking at.
you received last- Hang on one second.
This is printed today at 2:57.
Right.
55.
so I have, that's the package I have in 512185, literacy project librarian, 179 was the original appropriation.
Correct.
Revised budget, 179, year-to-date spent 323,
Correct.
available budget, 91,000, so 49.2% of the budget is still available.
Correct.
So that's what I think she was asking, and
Okay, wait one second.
this is
Wait one second.
what came up when we went today, this is the same question I asked.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's 49%, it's not 80, it's got 2 weeks left, that's what she's asking.
Which line item are we talking about?
512185, the literacy project librarian. It's got 91,000 remaining in the available budget, 49.2% remaining in the budget, and less than 2 weeks to go. So I guess the question is what is that job? Sorry.
Yes.
I'm trying to
Don't
help
be
piece
sorry.
it together.
As I said at the beginning,
Yep.
I believe there was a bookkeeping error. We have 2 literacy employees. They are both now full-time. I think they were both put in that line last year, and one has now been moved back to the library assistant line where they belong. So yes, if you're asking if that line needs to be 184,000 or whatever,
79,000.
yeah, it does not.
Needs to be 80.
And I believe the proposed for this year is 95,167, which is the department head rate of pay for folks at step 10.
Okay, 512. Yep. So here it is, Susan. 51218.
So the current request in today's report in front of you all is accurate for what we need to pay the one person in that position for fiscal '27. And some of that overage could be accounted for in the transfers that happened on Monday night.
So, through you, Madam Chairwoman. So currently, only one position open, looks like.
I'm sorry?
512049. This one, only this one is currently open from the report. Correct?
What?
Item number 512049.
Oh, we're on a new line now.
You budget 57,473 and currently spend zero money. So does that mean that that's the only position and field?
Has currently spent $0? Is that what you're
Yes,
suggesting?
that's what we got. – 512049.
I don't know why that is, because that position, there was breakage this year in that position. Our longtime person retired and was replaced with an internal promotion. He works in that position full-time.
In the budget book, so just 2 weeks ago, this position is budgeted for 128,952, and now just after 2 weeks, this item become 57,473. That's a huge change. I don't know why.
I believe
just 2
it
weeks
is
ago,
a
the budget is
byproduct
still
of the
122.
bookkeeping errors that we've been describing, that we've corrected.
So even you correct it, I ask you spend zero money, so that's the open position?
No.
I would like to clarification from auditor.
I can't really speak upon open positions, but so when we first had the library come before us back in May, I believe, or at the beginning of June, that line had budgeted for fiscal '26, $57,473. Based on the various reports that I have since run to prepare for this meeting, there is still $57,473 with zero spent out of that line.
So what I think, again, the bookkeeping piece of it is that that person was promoted internally. They're probably still being paid out of the special library assistant line, and they need to be moved to this line.
Is that something you could do, would be done before June 30th, or?
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
Oh, before tomorrow? Oh. But this is the actual, not the budget, for the next year.
This budget is really difficult to back.
Councilor McKee.
So I just wanted to, because it is going up to 128,952, is that for one position or two positions? That line item for the technical librarian?
Yeah, so this one is, what we did is we moved that person into the, I'm remembering now, we moved that person into the senior library assistant pool, and the two archivists are gonna live there. That's,
Sorry, the technical librarian position was moved to the senior what?
so the person that was always paid out of that technical librarian position was a senior library assistant. And so we put them with the rest of the library assistants and the technical librarian positions, which there are two, and they both make about $64,000 a year, go there.
So there are two technical librarian positions. And one of them has been moved to the senior library assistant position?
There was one person in that position, and still is a person that holds that same position, but we recataloged that position to be in 512050, senior library assistant. And then the archivists are going there. So the person that was in there was making $57,000. And now there are two people in there making $64,000 each, and the $57,000 person went to 050.
Okay, so the line item for technical librarian is for two positions. The previous person there was only one person who was doing that job before, and that person was shifted to the library assistant.
It was a different job that person was doing.
sorry.
It was a library
Shifted to the-
assistant job, not a librarian job.
I guess I'm confused about why are there two technical librarian positions for the 2027 budget if there was only one person doing it before?
because they're not the same positions, we're just using the same number. So the two people have always been there doing the job since the creation of the department. They were put in reference librarian 042. They should not have been in there because they're in a separate department. So they got moved out to this librarian position, which a non-librarian was in the position with that title. So one of the things that's going to be completed before June 30th is going through Munis and making sure these high-level under account information to the right of the object codes, that these job titles actually match what people are doing. They have not in a very long time, so we're correcting that. But we were unable to get that done before this meeting because getting the bookkeeping side of it was very time-consuming and laborious. So I do apologize.
Okay, so I guess we'll need to figure out this line item and why nothing has been spent out of that line item before, or we have to pass this as is, I suppose, and then hopefully fix it in the future. Is that right? Yeah.
Are you saying we're not going to pass this budget tonight?
No, I guess I'm saying, how can we, it sounds like there's still problems with this budget, but we have to legally pass it, so I guess we just have to pass it with any problems.
How much money was how much was budgeted in 512060, which has now been removed? I think the fear is that there's still like one position, despite all the transfers, that we're hanging on to that money. Is that, Councilor Mahoney?
So 200,000 was transferred out of your budget, personal line services, transferred to another department to cover overages in another department. You said there's 3 positions that are open. And if I am generous with the positions and I say 60, 60, 60, that's 120, that leaves us $80,000 of breakage someplace. So I think what I'm not speaking for her, but I'm thinking what Councilor Yuan was asking was, she wants to make a cut of $50,000. And I believe you probably have that in your budget to be able to do, and you'll be okay. But again, I'm just asking you, that's why I was asking you at the beginning, is you had 200, because we have been doing this to every budget. And unfortunately, you're coming back after we did the transfers. So we're saying that 200,000 was transferred.
So 60, 60, 60 is 180.
Oh, sorry, so $20,000.
So, and then anytime anyone leaves,
He told me it was 120, so.
No, there's 3, you're saying 3 ones.
I have 3 vacant positions, so that's 180 right on the face of it. Because one's a branch librarian and one's a custodian, and between, if you average those two, it would be about 80, about 60, so you're right.
So,
I think, on the
so
nose.
60 times 3, Chris and I are having mathematical problems tonight because I came
And
right
so
from
an
work.
additional 20 could easily, every time someone leaves, if we haven't, sometimes people leave with very little notice and
Yeah,
don't
no, I
ever
know.
come back to work. So
Yeah.
we, then are caught on our back foot of having to review the job description, send it to the union, wait for the union approval, post it, you post it internally.
It takes you,
according-
every time somebody leaves, you don't replace them the next day. It takes months to
Yeah.
do that. And that's
It-
where your
it
breakage
can.
comes from.
It can,
So-
yeah, it can.
so-
It's a weird job
so
market right now.
I'm going to just explain. So she was the one who wanted to make the cut. So there's 3 positions that that need to be filled, and we're averaging at 60, so 180. So we have about $20,000 of breakage that you could cut, if that's what you want to cut. That's what I think do you understand me? I can do it if you want to.
My main concern is
Hang on a second.
difficult to follow what's going on with this budget. How often the internal employees are being shifted from this position to next position?
We can fix that next time.
Yeah, because everyone can see it's so difficult to follow, this position already changed and dramatically changed just within 2 weeks. So I don't know how can I say yes to this budget.
I'm gonna just say, we're gonna make a cut of $20,000 in the personal services line. I don't think it's going to probably impact that much. So I'm gonna make a motion to cut $20,000.
Which line item is that, Council?
It's not a line item, I'm taking it for the bottom line.
Oh,
So I can't take it from any specific line item. We had 200,000 in breakage that came back and used to transfer into other accounts. We have 3 positions open, 180, there's about $20,000. We're going to cut $20,000 from the bottom line, and I think we'll be okay in this budget. So $20,000 from the personal service line of the public libraries,
Okay, so we have a motion to cut $20,000 from the bottom line of the budget.
personal
Yep.
services.
Personal services, we don't need a second, right? All those in favor, or do we need a roll call?
Do a roll call.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Ash?
Yes.
Counselor DeBona?
Yes.
Counselor Hughley? Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan?
Yes.
Chairman Riley?
Yes.
8 members.
Okay, so if we are ready to entertain a motion, go ahead.
One more thing. So for next year, it sounds like you did a good teamwork this year, but if we could, next year, I would ask you to try to do this, the same thing, because I think it's going to help you out tremendously. And I know that this isn't, that your area of expertise is not Munis, so I understand that, okay?
No, and I thank you all for your patience as we
Oh,
work
no,
through this
Thank you very
difficult
much.
situation.
Thank you.
So do we have a motion to accept
Motion to accept. Motion to
as
approve.
amended?
As amended. Motion to approve is amended.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I can't say yes to this budget, maybe next year. So,
So you're a no?
I'm no.
Okay. And then we need a motion to approve, or is that okay?
That was as amended.
Okay, so we're good. Okay. Thank you.
You're
We're all
welcome.
set.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is the downtown district. Mr. Walker,
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much. The body has in front of it, as requested, DIF-related offsets to the downtown division budget. This is related to a good deal of input provided to the administration by Councilor Mahoney and some collaboration as well. The bigger picture here is, again, based upon the input provided by this council, specifically Councilor Mahoney. Municipal Finance will be setting up, as we go forward, a DIF capital projects account where the revenue from DIF will be set aside, the debt service, the band premium, and any offsets such as that are included in this budget will be paid for from that, that way ensuring that there is clarity on DIF, the actual revenues which this body has, and what it pays for on a year-to-year basis. Again, I appreciate the council's input on this, and hopefully this is a positive path forward.
thank you, Mr. Walker. Councilor Mahoney, since you brought this forward, do you have any questions or
No, I just.
comments on how they
so-
propose to account for this?
So Mary, you're okay. You're okay, all right, Mary, you're okay. So, no, I don't. I did ask the administration, I asked this back when we first put this into the budget, I never wanted it paid out of the general fund. How much is the savings out of the general fund for next year, is it though? Just, because I don't have the old budget, sorry. I think it's around 900,000.
Roughly 900,000.
So 900,000 is going to be taken out of the budget, and it's going to be paid for, taken out of the general obligation budget and be paid for from the DIF, so, and the work will continue, so. But I think Council McGee has a question, so thank you very, we did work collaboratively, didn't we, Chris? Yes, we did. Maybe next time it will be with the mayor.
So we need a motion to accept, or did you want to speak before that? Councilor McKee?
So we sort of wrapped everything up so fast last time, we didn't have a motion. Oh, did you do the cut?
After we accept it.
After we accept the cut to the overtime? Is that?
Was that over?
No, we're going to accept the budget and then we'll make the cuts. There was one cut that did pass at the last meeting that we'll revote.
We'll revisit that.
Yes, but there was one motion that Councilor Mahoney had made, but then we ended
Yeah,
before it
so-
was, so I just want to,
We have to revote them.
we have to revote them,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, so could we have a motion to accept the amended budget?
We haven't cut them.
to cut them, so just for clarification.
Hang on a second.
It's just so you guys can cut it.
Yeah, so the budget, what transfers, it's taken out, so we have 900, nothing's been cut from it, so the whole budget goes into DIF, and now we have to go back to those line items to make those cuts, correct?
We need to accept this though and then.
So we're going to accept this?
Yes.
So the first thing is to accept the change in the budget, that it will be no longer paid by the general obligation and paid for by the DIF. That's a form of a motion.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the revised budget. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And now we need to revisit line item 530303, which,
Council Mickey motion to cut $20,000 from contracted.
okay,
Yes, I make that motion to cut $20,000 from contracted
Okay.
services. We had voted on that before.
we had voted on it, yes. Okay, do we need a roll call for that? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Do we have other?
We
And then-
discussed it last time.
That had passed last time.
Okay.
Then you had motioned to cut 50,000 from overtime, but then we put it on hold.
Okay.
We never got
Right.
past that.
So I want to cut 50,000 for overtime.
Pardon me?
So I wanted to cut $50,000 from overtime.
Okay, so we have a motion to cut, what line item is that, the overtime?
510.
510130, overtime, $50,000. We did not vote on that last time, we deliberated on it. All those in favor, or do we need a roll call vote?
Can we bring her up?
No, that doesn't sound, sorry, that's the whole
Oh,
overtime, sorry. I don't know what your cut was going to be.
Okay, then I have to go and do some work. I'm
So
sorry.
can I say something
Hold on
about-
one second, hold on one second.
Yeah, sorry, that's my error.
Ms. McGee can say something. I don't have any stuff.
Yes, so I looked, and I can't remember what the number was that Councilor Mahoney had suggested, but the maximum used in the last 5 years in that line is $24,425, and it's been budgeted $50,000 for the last 3 years. So I guess I'm going to make a motion to cut $25,000 from that overtime line.
Okay, motion to cut that by 25,000 to 25,000. Any discussion on that? Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just revising this particular budget line item, I don't know if anybody had any correspondence on whether that will be used in the particular new year. I thought we spoke about, or the director spoke about, there's possible overtime that needs to be kind of there. So I just want some clarification, maybe if she wants to come forward and kind of explain, because we're revisiting this one. Hi, Mary. I just have a question on this overtime. I know we discussed it last time, but I just want to revisit it. It's at $50,000. They want to make it, what's the cut, 25,000. Where does that put you on this particular item, line item?
So I think I explained that from now until July 1st, we have 2 watch parties this weekend, Kid Fest from 12 to 8. We've got holiday to cover and some vacation. So that, I think we said that was like 6,500, so 30,000. I think the original cut ask was 20,000.
Can you withdraw that and do 20?
But this is for July 1st to
No,
2026.
This is the end of this fiscal year. I will use that, another $6,500 in overtime.
Oh,
So if she uses that this year, she'll be at 30,000.
At 30,000, right,
So
so-
I would assume that she'd go 30 next year.
do you want to revise your motion, Councilor McKee? Hang on 1 second, hang on. Go ahead.
Yep, I make a motion to revise my previous motion and cut this overtime line by $20,000
To 30,000.
to $30,000.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. Any discussion on the revised motion? Do I need a roll call? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None?
I'm going to be
Okay.
opposed on this one.
Councilor DeBonner is opposed on that. Anyone else? Okay. So are there any other modifications? Motion to approve the budget as amended? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Excellent. Okay, thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have the short-term debt. Mr. Della Barbara.
Short-term or long-term? Good evening.
Do I have the wrong one?
Okay, the city's contractual obligation on the short-term interest line is $15,833,818 for fiscal '27.
Any discussion on the short-term debt? Oh, Councilor Mahoney. Councilor Mahoney?
Sorry, I have to get my, we're on short term, right? I apologize. I was ready for long term first, I don't know why.
I was too.
Huh?
I was too.
Oh, okay, I was like, why am I so out of sorts tonight? All right, so we are on long term, we're in short term, I'm still talking long term. We have a lot of paper up here, so I apologize. Let's see. I still don't have my paper budget. All right, so I still have the wrong thing. Maybe you want to go somebody else while I'm trying to figure out where my paperwork is. Oh, yeah.
So,
Did you say at the first meeting that it needed to be adjusted by 8/12, 6/15?
I did. So the revised
Yes,
number is the
make that.
15 million, 833, 817. I think originally it was 16 million, 646,
it's already
411.
been adjusted.
And that was because it was inclusive of water and sewer short-term
That's the new
debt.
one. That's not what you originally.
Okay, so that was, so we have to adjust this to that, we have to accept the
Yeah.
adjustment. So can I make a motion to adjust the short-term interest to the new proposed budget that's in front of us tonight?
Okay. Motion to,
Talking about short-term first.
motion to revise the budget to reflect the number here before us. Any discussion on the motion? None? Seeing none? All those in- Councilor
I
Yuan?
have a question. So shorten that. Thank you, Mr. Barbara. We just met this
We had a
morning.
nice meeting today,
Yeah,
Counselor.
discussed for 2 hours. So you did say you corrected the number 2027 proposed interest on note from 16 million something last time to the 15 million. Yeah. Could you, from 16 million 646, change it to 50 million 833? Could you explain what?
Sure. The initial budget that was published that you received in, I believe, May 4th, that number for the general fund short-term notes interest was inclusive of the sewer, the interest on the sewer notes and the interest on the water enterprise notes. Upon realizing that, we took that out, put it in the right spot in water and sewer enterprise, and were able to reduce the budget by that amount.
Okay, thank you. I just want to know why
You're
the
welcome.
number changed. Yeah.
So any further discussion on this? Councilor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Paul, just to be clear, what was originally on the note, on the account was the 16 million, and so you took out figures for water and sewer, now it's 15,833,818, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Councilor Mahoney?
So I went back and I looked at the band interest for fiscal year '27. The band interest, there's two band interests, there's actually three. So the total band interest was 26,151, 608.29, less the bond premiums of 6,434,888.15, and another bond premium of 4,032, 563.49. And the net interest that I came up with was 15,684, 156.65. Your original budget request was 16,646,432, which gave me a difference of 962,267.27. You've adjusted for the water and sewer that you mentioned, and now you're at 15,833,818, and now the difference, there's still 149,662. That's above what the debt service that I can tell should be being paid. So you have two bands, total 26,151, less your bond premiums, which is a net of 15, which is a net interest of 15,684,156.65. And you have 15,883,818. And I'm getting that from Hilltop Securities, that's where I'm getting those numbers from. And that's typically what would go for your short-term interest. So I'm wondering what the 149,662 is.
That I'm not sure. If you want to cut it, and if we're going to need it, then we'll come back and ask for an appropriation.
So I am going to cut it just because, what's the first one?
The 812. Well,
We accepted the budget, then. That was the 812.
I don't have a vote, so.
We accepted the budget that was presented to us, that has the. Okay, so we can do it again. We're going to accept the budget as presented as the change to 15,833,818. Did she accept this budget or not?
I don't think we accepted it.
Okay, so I'm making a motion to accept the budget of 15,833,818.
Okay. Motion to accept.
Motion to accept.
All those in favor?
This is a change in the budget.
Aye. Any opposed? No.
And now I'm going to make a cut for 149,662, because the interest that I have added up, and I will happily send it to you tomorrow, adds up to 15,684, 156.65, and there's 149,662 that's in this payment that shouldn't be. So
Okay, so can you just?
149,662.
So, Counselor, that was 149,682.
149,662.
Okay.
62.
So we're further reducing the same line item we just voted on by another 149,662, bring it down to 15 and some change.
Yep.
Ooh, Jen's going to do the math. Okay, any discussion on that motion? Counselor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, so 149,662, is that correct, Mr. De La Barbara? Is
That I'll need to verify with the strategic asset manager who provided these figures to Michael Rowland, who was building the budget. So I'll follow up, and I'll follow up with Hilltop Securities, and we'll get the number correct. And if I have to come back to the body to adjust that in the fall, I will.
Okay. I know you don't know, but how can you guess that that's the right number, or you just don't know?
Well, I'm looking at a couple of different schedules now.
Schedules.
So the Hilltop's set to over 2 or 3. So I will have a phone call with Cindy McNerney at Hilltop Securities. But for the sake, again, the budget passed, I would accept that cut and ask the body that if it does need to be increased, that I can come back in the fall and ask for that, as these are contractual obligations, and we should get it right.
Through you to Counselor or President Mahoney, where did you get this number from? Is it Hilltop?
Hilltop Securities, it's online, you can get it. So band interest for fiscal year '27, as I said, was $8,511,109.10. Then there's going to be another band interest for fiscal year 2027 for $17,640,499.19, for a total band interest of $26,151,608.29, less your bond premiums of $6,434,888.15, and less your second bond premiums of $4,032,563.49, for a total interest of $15,684,156.65. With the new balance that we have here, it's going to be $149,662 less than what the new budget was created at.
Any further discussion?
It's a premium to pay down, right? Pay down.
So we have a motion to reduce that line item. Any further discussion? Okay.
What's that final number?
I think Jen's going to do the
662.
calculation.
I mean, 149,662 is the cut.
It's a cut. 156.
15,684,156 is the new budget line item, and change, 65 cents.
All those in favor?
I'm going to be against that. I don't feel comfortable with the math. So,
That's fine.
sorry.
You wanted him to
DeBona.
guess.
Counselor DeBon is a no on that.
I don't feel
Anyone else
comfortable with the
opposed? All those are in favor? Okay. 8 to 1. Okay. Was that? And a motion to pass the budget as amended?
Motion to pass the budget as
Okay.
amended.
Motion by Counselor Mahoney. All those in favor?
Aye.
Or do we need a roll call? We don't need a roll call. Aye, everyone? Okay, terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. De La Barbara. Was that it? We didn't have, did we have long-term for him as well?
No, there's long-term.
Just,
No, there's long-term.
there is? Why do I not have?
Yep, long-term and pension retirement.
Did anything change in the long term?
Nothing changed from the original submission. Nothing changed from the amendment.
We just didn't
No,
vote on it.
We just didn't do it.
Okay. Counselor Mahoney?
Okay, so nothing changed in this, so I do have a couple of questions. This might be long-term. Fiscal year long-term, so your fiscal year long-term debt request increased by 2.9 million over fiscal year '26. And the 4 new fiscal year '27 debt payments appeared to total approximately, DIF was 220, the second DIF was 80,000, Central Middle School was 80, and the roadway sidewalks was 1959147. So the new fiscal year debt payments is approximately, let me make sure I'm doing this, long-term payments is approximately 2349392. Can the administration explain the increase and exceeds the new debt payments by approximately $558,075?
I guess I'm not following the question, Counsel?
So we're talking about long-term debt.
Yep.
And when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at your, I'm actually lost myself at this point because I know I had this written out somehow. Hold on for 1 second because I got a lot of paper again and I had it nice and neat so I could explain this to you because I knew it was going to be messy. Well, first, maybe I can just go backwards for a second. This might solve some stuff too. In fiscal year, I'm going to go backwards to fiscal year '26. In fiscal year '26, to-date reports show a negative balance. So I went on the debt service online, and I pulled this up. I don't know what Susan has, but I pulled this off of the debt service. You go onto the line. Your principal long-term debt is a negative by 205, and your long-term interest debt is negative by 606, giving us a deficit of $811.79 in fiscal year '26. And I'm just
Yep,
asking.
that's correct. There was a debt payment made on the 15th. That I have to investigate to see if that is a true deficit in this line, and if the budget, it wasn't budgeted correctly last year. But there was a debt payment that went out on 6/15,
Okay,
principal and interest, so that's where you'll see that.
okay. So, and from there, when you take, then I did some, in portions of so that was part of the question that I had. But then when I went back and I added up your 77,794, and I was subtracting what the debt was, I came up with a 558,075 as a deficit here too. So, I mean, that you're over budgeted here for this. So I'm wondering where you're getting your long-term, short-term obligation bonds and other things, because I think something came off in fiscal year '26, which was a long-term legal bond for about 308 that was put on the books on June 15th, or June 16th, 2019, I think. And the last payment of that was made in June of 2026. And it was $514,000. That's what I remember, because I don't have the page that I need here. It was $514,000 was made. That was the last payment of that bond. So that $514,000 probably shouldn't be carrying over, and I can't tell because this is all bundled together, is carrying over into your new debt service, which is when I subtracted, when I had my math that I was able to show and talk about, it was showing me that 77,594 was adding up to about 558, which I think is because there's an extra thing carrying forward from the long-term, that was the legal note that was taken out for 3.8 in 2019.
Okay, so what I think may have happened, I sent out an email yesterday to all the councilors, and I think you would have received a breakdown of the debt. And that spreadsheet, it's color-coded, there's orange and blues and greens and so forth on it. In that spreadsheet that we received from Hilltop Securities, I believe that may have been dated. What date did you say that payment went out?
The ban was, it wasn't a ban, it was long-term debt.
Yep.
And it was 308, and the last payment was, I believe, it was this quarter of 2026. It was fiscal year 2026, and it was 500, I want to say it was 510,000.
Okay.
It was the last payment of that.
So I think the date on that spreadsheet from Hilltop Securities with the breakdown of our debt was dated June 4th. So if that payment went out afterwards, it may not have been, it may still have been included in the debt service as June 4th, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So this is why I think there's an extra payment. I just wish I could find, because I had it all written down. Oh, it might be here. Let's see. Yeah, it's I just have it as, I don't have I did the math separately, but I have it as $514,000 on a on a 2019 judgment bond. And that was the last one for fiscal, and it's being carried over and reflected in fiscal year '27. So to date, the report shows negative balances for the fiscal year '26. That's not what I'm looking for, but I'm looking for fiscal year '27. That payment should probably be taken off, and you're approximately $558,075 over in the debt service lines for the current expenses for fiscal year '27. So I'm looking to cut that too.
Okay, I would say that's fine. It could be a similar situation as with the short term.
No, I understand.
So
But-
I could be back in the fall saying, we actually needed that, and here's the backup.
And that's okay if we do. It's just an odd thing, because usually this is something that usually there's a backup, like this is just how we do it. So we did a backup, and you kind of can look at these things. I was having to go on, and I took some of the stuff that you sent to me today, and then I went on to see when things were coming up, rolling off for certain things. You can look at that through, I'm going to forget, Emma or Ella or something, I don't know. But anyway, I was looking at that, and I was coming up with the 514,800. Definitely was the last payment last year, and when I was doing the math here, same thing I was doing with the short-term debt, I was coming up with 558. But it would be okay if we were to cut it to the 514, just that payment, or 500. I'd like to make a motion to cut.
Principal and interest, are those on two different line items?
Nope, it's just the total expense line, $500,000 of the total expense line because that was cut out in judgment, that bond issue ended, and it's being carried over into this next budget.
Okay, so you're motioning to cut by 558,000, how much?
Just 500, I'm going to cut 500.
Just keep it.
Yeah. It's going to come from the current expense line, because I don't have it as specific, because it's a bond that's coming off the books, so I don't have it as being something specific. But when I added up the bonds, it's coming out to 558, but I'll leave it at 500.
Okay.
Over, just
So a
like last
motion to cut that by 500,000. Just my 2 cents is, if we cut it, you're gonna figure out if we're shorting you money. If we
He's
leave it
gonna-
in, we're never gonna figure it out.
He has to come
We
back.
need to, it's a contractual obligation to pay the
Right,
debt
right.
service.
So it'll get straightened out. If
One
it's
way or
short,
another.
it'll get straightened out.
Yep.
Any discussion on the motion? Councilor Yuan?
Oh, I have a comment, not on this motion. I just have a comment after this.
Okay.
Okay, or you want me to say now? I can say.
Well, if it's on the motion, I'd like to try to take the vote
Okay.
on that.
Then I hold on. Just
so-
before he leave, I want to say.
Okay, so we have a motion to cut the line by 500,000. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilor DeVona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it's contractual, it has to be paid. Is that correct?
That's correct. So that's why I'll be back in front of the body if the numbers are incorrect.
Okay.
If Council Mahoney's correct, then I won't be.
So it
back in
has
front
to
of
be
the body.
paid regardless, whether
Correct.
it be cut or you got to come back, that's got to be paid.
Yes, it has to be paid.
Okay. That's the clarification I was looking for. Thank you.
And he'll come back before the body, and we will have to approve the change, because it is contractual.
Right, and if it's the bond that Council Mahoney's referring to, we'll have plenty of time to correct this. I can come back in September.
Okay.
Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, wonderful. Councilor Yuan, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just I have a short comment. I would like to thank Mr. Barbara and Ms. Susan, the auditor, spent 2 more hours this morning and help me clarify a lot of my questions. And also we compared my numbers and your numbers. We both agree the current city debt is $2 billion. So just want to let a resident know and let the city councilor know, so we compared our numbers. So the current debt, if you include the and authorize the uninsured debt, the city is reach $2 billion debt. I just want to,
Just a little bit under.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
on the council can read the report because it's online.
Oh, yes. We were provided this Hilltop security report in April, and there are like 427 pages. We have to really go through to dig to get this number. So this page 295 and in section 1046 showed the long-term debt is 1,362,912,350. And then you have an authorized and issued debt, 708.6 million. If you add these two together, it's 2,071,512,350 debt. But because this document is dated June 30th, 2025, and reviewed on February 2026, so this number a little bit different from your number, the currently number, but your number added together still have a $2 billion debt. That's what we discussed this morning, right?
Right, and that's correct. And in the email that I sent with the debt service backup, there is a letter in there from Hilltop Securities where the letter's dated June 16th, 2026, and it's a much easier read than where you found it, but it's a two-pager, and it's there as well.
That letter from the finance advisor, you sent only list 1,812,000,000 and $746,790. So that's a little bit confusing because when we add our number together, it's $2 billion because hers didn't include another $181 million authorized but unissued bond. I just want to clarify this because this morning when we talk about it, you add your number, it's also $2 billion.
$2 billion.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Mahoney?
And just for clarification, when you go out for debt services, although we were telling the city of Quincy, and I'm not blaming you on this, Paul, but when we were telling the city of Quincy we had 1.3 plus the 508 of short-term, and that's where we were getting the 1.8, and we were getting the 1.8 since last October when we were all running for office. I think it was 1.6, and now it's 1.8. And we were asked, at that debt presentation, we asked, is that it? Nobody gave us a peep. And I have to say, when I was looking at, and this is Friday, on my ride up to New Hampshire for fun, I was reading that report, and I saw the 708, and my head blew up, because I was like, there's 200 missing. So that's really the thing that's frustrating to this council. I'm just going to say this, because and I realize that there's other people in your department that does it. We're asking for this information. We're asking for the mayor and the administration to bring it to us so that we can make a really intelligent decision when we're making decisions, whether it's ENC or fire gear or anything we're doing. And to have your consultants in front of us and to have them not give us a forecast that they should be giving to you, or to tell us that the city's in great shape and it's got tremendous flexibility and it doesn't matter about having a downgrade in S&P, because we can make it up, and then having them finally say at the end, what you have to do is build your reserves and maybe use your excess levy, which means tax everybody. That's not a good place to be. And, I realize that there's a lot of people out there just calling us saying, you made the wrong decision, but we have $2 billion worth of debt, and we didn't get that information up here. We had to dig, and that's why I was saying it was like forensic accounting that we've been doing. I have to say that I kind of enjoy it, because that's the stuff I like to do. But, other people like to read novels. I like to see the math. But at the same time, that's what we're frustrated about. It's not necessarily you, Paul, it's just frustration. And even that letter that Hilltop sent today that you sent to us, it's only a two-pager, they omitted it. And I don't know why they're doing that, because it's not doing them any good. It's certainly making me feel like they're just perpetually giving us wrong information when there are other reports telling us that it's there. Unless the city is, and I could be wrong, unless we've rescinded, are we rescinding the 200 million that we have out there that's just waiting to be spent? Do we know that? Are those projects going to happen? No, I know, I'm asking. We haven't bonded that yet. Are we going to?
Right, though, it's actually 185 million, but that's
You're
close
right.
enough to two,
Yes.
right?
I'm rounding
No,
up.
but some of that's on like the Squantum School. There's
understand.
projects out there that we will be gathering some of that authorization and banning it, and then,
But once it's approved from this council,
Yep.
doesn't matter what year it was approved, once it's approved, it's there for you to spend. You'd have to come back to tell us.
That's
So
correct.
we're asking you what the debt is in the city, and we're getting piecemeal. It's 1.6, it's 1.8. Even last year, when we were presenting the budget, when you were presenting the budget, we said we had $1.6 billion worth of debt. It should have been 1.8 because that report was already out. That's all I'm saying. So it's just really discouraging to be up here and then to be told, we're not collaborating. I think we are. I mean, 2 hours in your offices today, Susan was there. I've been in your office. I think we've been working pretty well together. But we're not getting the information that we're asking for in a timely manner. And when we get the information, it's omitting some things. And that's where the frustration comes. And this isn't towards you. Again, it sounds like it's towards you. I'm just trying to explain that because I did field an awful lot of phone calls. I had a lot of great phone calls, people thanking me. And I had people, basically calling me saying, why do you hate the mayor? And I'm like, I've never, ever said that, and I don't. I really don't. But what I can tell you is that I work really hard when I work in this council to make sure that the cities and the taxpayers are represented, and that's what I do. So I appreciate Councilor Yuen come to your office and talking about it, but I'm glad I had the opportunity to mention it too. And I do thank you for the hard work you do, because you don't have an easy job, so.
Thank you both for digging into all of this and getting the clarification. So if there's no further discussion, we can entertain a motion to accept this budget as amended on the long-term debt.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. None opposed. Excellent. Okay, so moving on to retirement and pensions. Paper, more paper. Okay, any discussion on the pension line item? Councilor Mahoney.
Just to Chris, I have nothing to say about pensions. I just have one question. Don't you hate when that happens? It really isn't about the pension budget, though. It's, where do we stand on the actuary study?
okay.
We're ready for me, I love it.
No, on the Milliman actuary study, I got an update today. We should have it in early July. So, at first we hoped it would be reduced in the FY26 contribution a little bit lower. Unfortunately, we won't have it in time. That payment has to go out soon. But it still could reduce the FY27 contribution once we receive it. According to Milliman, they're waiting on union contract information so they can get a better sense of the salary increase assumptions that they use in their model. They also have questions regarding retirements and terminations. Currently, they're asking why are they being measured uniformly at the beginning of the year when a mid-year measurement is more commonplace, more common practice, sorry. They're questioning some of the mortality assumptions. They're saying that the assumptions that Stone is using is different than what Milliman would have expected. And the last question that they need to have answered is the current salary scale only shows initial increases in inflation. It does not account for any step increases that some employees may receive along the way. So, these are very minor questions that they have, and I think they'll probably have them answered pretty quickly, and that's why I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll be receiving something in July.
So you think sometime in July, is what you're thinking?
That's what I think, yes.
Okay. When did you, I'm just going to ask this question because this is one of those things that bug me. When did we think we were going to get it originally? Like when they first announced it last November, December, when you cut the budget?
I think we thought we were going to receive this around March, is what I recall.
Okay. But just like hiring people, it takes longer. some of these reports take longer. I don't have anything other questions, and I'm not going to try to prevent anybody from asking any questions, but I'm going to say motion to approve, and if people want to.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve. Counselor Yuan?
I still can ask questions,
Sure.
right? Okay. And just some questions we discussed this morning. So we discussed a lot about enterprise fund, even though it's not related to this long-term debt, but it's still the debt. So you send all the counselors the letter from the regional manager and director, Miss Sincere's letter, list about all those long-term debt, short-term debt, and she categorized what's a tax-supported debt, what's a self-supported debt. So
We are on the pension item, though.
oh yeah, I know, because I want to clarify. So this is not about, I just clarify because she sent the email to all the counselors. So she lists the self-supported debt.
Counselor Yuan, we are on the pension item, though. We've already covered the debt.
Okay.
We've moved on to the
Yeah,
pension.
that's why I said I'll just make a comment after you this, can I?
Yeah, but that was, we're on pension.
Yeah, we're on pensions, so.
I'm not arguing about the debt, I'm just.
We have to, the discussion needs to be on the pension item.
Okay, so maybe
Okay,
after
we have
that,
a motion to approve
because
the
then I
pension.
can clarify it.
Well, I don't know where you're going to clarify. We've already kind of exhausted the debt conversation. So,
But when can I clarify the letter this financial advisor sent to us about this long-term debt, short-term debt? Because since
Counselor, you can reach out to
Director
me
has it
anytime you want after this meeting, tomorrow, next week. I'd be glad to sit down
clear
and discuss
because,
it with you.
because we discussed, so that's why I understand. I want to let other councilors know what this self-supported debt actually is not really self-supported. Self-supported is just an accounting and legal term, not a statement that the debt is free or doesn't come from residents. I just want to make, just like an example, if the city issue $100 million bond to fix the water main, if they issue this bond through general fund, then the property tax increase. But if it's issue this bond through enterprise fund, then is water bill increase. So doesn't matter you issue this bond through which source, still residents pay it from the resident pocket. So you can't just say this is. So I mean, you call it self-supporting is a correct accounting term, but is misleading to let people think, oh, this debt is just self-supporting. It doesn't from resident pocket, actually still from resident pocket. I just want to clarify this. Because I just gave that example. If you issue that bond through the enterprise bond, then water bill increase still come from residents' pocket. I just want to make it clear.
that's fine.
Councilor DeWarner? Yeah. No, I just say, did I explain it clear? This call it self-supporting debt is actually misleading because still residents pay from it, just pay from the increased water bill instead of property tax, but still all from residents' pocket. I just want to make this clear.
Point made, thank you. And I know you put a lot of time into this, both of you did today, so thank you for that. So we have a motion to accept the pension budget. Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm big DeBona tonight, just for you, not little.
What's that?
It's just a joke. 2021, before we took this pension bond for $475 million, we were on the trajectory, because every year it was up here and go, wow, that's really increasing quite a bit. 2021, we're at $32.1 million coming out of this pension. And I know the mayor had come to the council then and says, we got an opportunity here to get a nice rate. We're locked in at 2.62%. It went from 32.1 in 22, it went to 7.5. In 23, it was 7.3. In 24, it was 8.8. In 25, it was 4.9. 26, it was 16.1, a little bit of a jump, and we're back at 9.749. If we had continued to let that sit and not jump on that pension bond, the 475, we'd probably be sitting at $50 million tonight, trying to approve $50 million, because the trajectory of the amounts that were going up every year were $2, $3, $4 million going up. So I know you're going to raise your hand, but it was a lot back then. And just to let you know, I mean, I know you're gonna say something, but just to go from 2026 to 2027, it was lowered by 6.35 million, and we're down to 9.7 today. So I look at it that way. We kind of had to do as a municipality something about that particular pension. This is one of the big fives, I guess I could call it. But we were sitting in that seat. We had and people were coming up here during budget cycle talking about how we're going to fund this pension bond obligation. So I think we're in a pretty decent seat today. I know you might feel differently, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Councilor Jacobs, did you want to speak?
I was just going to say, going on along with that, the pension obligation bond, it's saving us money, but I hear a lot on news, online, that, it's saved us money, and it did, but, and they say, oh, we can't really count that as debt. It's still debt. And I hear that all the time. Oh, it's not debt. It's not debt. It is debt. And even if you removed the pension obligation bond from the debt, we're still like 1.6 billion in debt. Because the administration had to believe, oh, that's 475 million. It's not. It's okay. We're still 1 point. So even if you remove it, we're still 1.6 billion plus in debt. So, I just keep hearing all about this pension obligation bond. We don't understand the pension obligation bond. I heard it yesterday. We get it. There's a pension obligation bond for like $5 million. We are still, even if you subtract that, this city is still $1.6 billion in debt, which is what we thought we were all encompassed, including the pension obligation bond. So, a couple of months ago, we were saying we're $1.6 billion in debt, and everyone was saying, oh, it's okay. $500,000 of that is a pension obligation bond. We really ducked out there. But, in reality, now we are $1.6 billion in debt, and we still have the pension obligation that we have to pay. So, I mean, $2 billion. Well, $2 billion, but if you remove, it was still, it's still there.
Point taken.
Yep.
Yeah, we restructured the debt into more favorable terms is what we did. Is there any other discussion, Councilor Yuen?
Oh, just to follow up the Councilor DeBola. So I understand you said issue the pension obligation bond at low interest rate and then invest it to get the high return, right? I understand that rationale, but you have to also consider the market risk, because just the 1 year after you issued this bond, you lost $90 million because of the market, the COVID. So maybe people can argue, say, oh, COVID just once of a lifetime, maybe later will not. But now you see, what's the gas price? It's because caused by war. The war can happen any day. Nobody can expect we will have war. So I just use this to see the market risk we have to take into consideration. Like COVID happened next year, you lost $90 million instead of you get any return. And this morning, we talked, Mr. Barbara, we talked about $90 million. I was laughing, and you said, this is not funny, you lost $90 million. I was not being funny about this. The reason I laugh is because I talked this $90 million loss too many times, to the point when I talk it again, even myself feel like a laugh. It's not a funny thing. So a city lost $90 million. So I understand your.
I believe it's fully funded, though, at this point now. It's we've recouped all the losses, and it may be fully funded at this point. When I was first up here in May, I think the funding level was 97.6%. And with the way the market's been moving since then, I wouldn't be surprised if we were at 100% funding today, or maybe 101. I think the year-to-date return on that, from talking to gentlemen in my office, is probably around 10 to 12% so far.
Yeah, so it's good now because you get a much higher return, but still you couldn't predict next year or anything can happen, just like a COVID suddenly happen, nobody know it, and the war can suddenly happen. You just see how much the gas price is. So all this, I just want to say, even though the rationale is correct, you borrow at a low interest rate and you invest to try to get a high return, but you also have to take the market risk into account. That's just my comment. I think everyone agree that, right?
Thank you, Councilor Yuen. Councilor Mahoney?
So I just want to say that, and I hear what you're saying, but last year, we knew that we had to pay $16 million to Barrick for, we had the letter forever, and it wasn't in the budget. And, to sit up here and say that's your, that we don't have to do it, or whatever you want to say, where we did the greatest thing in the world. We had $16 million, and we had to use premiums, the premiums on the bonds to pay that down. And when we sat here and every line, every reserve was used to pay down $35 million, that's outrageous, $35 million to lower the taxes. It's outrageous. And then we got downgraded twice because of how much debt we're carrying. And the debt we're carrying includes the $495 million for the debt, for the pension obligation bond. But then I'm going to actually have to also say, I didn't always vote for everything that came here. I did vote for many things while I was up here in the city council. I voted for capital, I voted for equipment, I voted for different things. There's things I didn't vote for too. So my hands aren't on every bit of the $2 billion worth of debt. But every time we say yes without questioning things, every time we don't look at this, and every time we don't think about the future of how we're going to be able to pay those things, we are the ones who are causing that. And guess what? The administration puts it in front of us, but if we say yes, we get blamed for it. So, if we're doing a great job, we're just saying yes to everything. But we have $2 billion worth of debt. So that's on all of the people who said yes to every single thing you said yes to. Now, pension obligation bond, they argued we're making proceeds on this. We shouldn't have to pay that. That's not how it works. We had to pay it. If we didn't pay it, we wouldn't have been certified. That's how it works. I appreciate the conversation. I was ready to approve the pension. But, I feel like you have to really look at things through a larger lens sometimes. And you can't always just have what you want. You always talk wants and needs. We want it, so that's a need to you. But it really has to be, can we afford it? Because just because we want it doesn't mean we can have it. I don't know. Maybe your kids don't ask the question, but sometimes you have to say no. It's tough. I know that gentle parenting doesn't say no anymore. So no was in my house. No was definitely a word that I used in my house. But this isn't. It's not a criticism. I'm just saying this is the reality of things. I don't know. I know that works out there, gentle parenting, but.
Thank you, Councilor Mahoney. Okay, so what we have is a motion to accept the pension budget as presented, $9,749,500 for the 2027 proposed contribution to the pension system. Do we need to take a roll call vote? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Delabarbera. Okay. Next up, we have our city solicitor. What happened to my... It was a little bit better organized. We'll start with the legal budget. Mr. Solicitor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Good evening. I provided a PowerPoint and a companion PDF that I presume you all received. It was sent out through the clerk of committees, and that's got some numbers for you to look at. They're particular numbers regarding the major categories of cases that we deal with. So I was not going to necessarily go through that, but I'm happy to if anyone has any particular questions. The volume of work that's reflected in those numbers is one thing, but it's just part of an overview of what we do in the office. In addition, we handle a lot of different types of cases, like property damage claims. Attorney Steve Durkin just settled a case 2 days ago with an insurance company it was the result of a flood claim in a home after a water main break. So the city had liability because of a water main break. The homeowner's insurer paid the claim, and then the homeowner's insurer came after the city. And the claim was for $60,000. It was settled for $45,000. It's a pretty big settlement. So that's one of the types of things we'll do when there's a water main break or a sewer main break. We work with the insurance company and the homeowner to make them whole. I just had a man come in the office the other day. A tree came down up in his neighborhood in Wollaston on Acton Street, and it took out the power line, and it took out his electric service. And he has a $2,000 bill, and we're working with him on that. So there are cases like that that we handle. We handle code and zoning cases, I should say zoning cases and code enforcement cases. I know some of you have seen me down at the zoning board, perhaps others. We represent the zoning board in court when cases are appealed. And we've had different types of zoning enforcement cases in Quincy District Court and in the Housing Court. And then I think one of the most notorious cases we handled that related to zoning was one handled by Attorney Petkin, the Airbnb in Squantum, that most people are familiar with. So we do that type of work, but I think the greatest value that our office provides is that we're around during the day. There are always lawyers in City Hall to answer questions. Mr. Walker beats a path to my office quite frequently, but what we've tried to do is we try to encourage all department heads and employees to reach out to us before there's a problem, to ask questions where we can provide insight and assistance and avoid problems. So I think that's the most effective thing that we do in the office. I was going to briefly go over the budget detail, if you care to have me do that, or do you want me to just handle questions and have you folks dictate how the review flows?
So we're just focusing on page 38, the legal department. Then we'll go on to the workers' comp, and I think there's one more, right? Judgments and settlements, I think. It's up to you. Do you folks have questions?
Well,
The solicitor on, or did you want to go through it?
I'm happy to just explain, like, when I met with the mayor, all the department heads meet with the mayor, perhaps in February or March. He asked for a zero-based budget, and that's what I have. There's been no increases other than a 3% salary increase in lines 510-316, 510-021 for the legal counsel. That term applies to the first assistant solicitor. That was a position created under Mayor Phelan, and it's held by Attorney Petkin. And then the assistant city solicitor position, there's 2 assistant solicitors, and they're in line 51021. You may have noticed that this year, there's breakage in that line. In December, an attorney in the office left. He got a job. He's a young attorney. He got a very nice job at a firm in Boston. We're very happy for him. And at the time, I went in and talked to the mayor because we had the ballot petition case that I'll be talking to you about, I presume. And we also had the Long Island Bridge case at a certain stage. The Long Island Bridge case continues, as you may or may not know, and both of those cases have generated very significant legal fees. So I suggested to the mayor that I leave the position vacant and create that breakage so it would be available to pay expected legal fees. Well, regrettably, I've been asking to get the bills in. Not all law firms have good administrative operations, and I've been unable to get, I'm trying to explain how we work in our fiscal year and get bills in. And bills are still forthcoming, but I didn't make the last meeting where the year-end adjustments are made. So the breakage that was in that line was part of the year-end adjustment, and it's not going to go toward the settlements. But I have money remaining in the settlement, the outside counsel accounts, that I believe is going to cover, well, it's going to have to cover the bills through the end of the year. So there's not a lot to talk about, really. We have personnel services, and then we have a very kind of modest budget for other items. I think the biggest question would be how we manage outside counsel, and that's handled in two ways. Line 530303 is in the amount of $172,000, and if you follow the history of that line, it's always been right around that number. The $72,000 is our workers' comp attorney. We have an outside lawyer and have had the entire time I've been here, who's quite excellent. Every administrations prior to the Koch administration have always had a comp specialist. So we have an attorney, Mike Maxey, who does an excellent job. He's in that line. And then there's $100,000 for outside counsel. And we have a couple of cases. They both involve police. One was an arrest incident in a house, and one's a very unfortunate incident out in Moon Island, where there are police involved, and because of the nature of what happened, the solicitor's office represented the city or the license board in one instance. So we were representing them. The police officers had to get their own attorneys, and that's the type of payment that comes out of the contracted line. We enter into a contract with lawyers to handle specific cases and, hopefully pay them what's called for as the correct amount. So we have that, and then the line 530010, outside counsel, that was introduced back when the Long Island Bridge case came on our docket. It was known that was going to be an explosive and expensive case, and it has proven to be that. And so this line is used for cases like that. We've used it to pay the attorneys who are working on the ballot petition case as well. So the ballot petition and the Long Island Bridge case both happen to be very active right now, and we'll see what happens with that. So that's my explanation for all the lines and then the one breakage point, but other than that, I don't know what questions folks might have.
Thank you. Any questions for the solicitor? Councilor Mahoney?
Hi, Jim. So I think you already answered this, but I was trying to figure out what lines they were. So we did have breakage, or you transferred, a total transfer of $85,000 from your budget in fiscal year '26 for last week's transfers, correct?
I'm not sure of that. that's handled by municipal finance. Was that the total that was included?
Yeah, it was 40,000 from legal personnel services and 45,000 from legal contractual services, adding up
Okay.
to 85.
Understood, because what happened was I was we were all keeping in contact with each other, and I hadn't got the bills in time
Okay.
for the presentation before the council at the most recent meeting. So that's why they went into the breakage, and then we used in the manner they were.
Okay, so they were used to lower somebody else's department. So they took money out of your budget to pay for, so your money in your budget, you had $85,000 extra in your budget that went to something else, to another department.
Right, it's money that we didn't spend, but I've every year said that it's money that it's important to have it here. If you look at my 5-year average for the 5-year average, I should say, for the law department, the settlement account fluctuates greatly. And there was a fluctuation going on here. Like I just mentioned, Mr. Durkin recently settled a case. And, the money's there, so we used it.
Okay.
But you're right about where the money came from.
So Susan, can you just tell me, I don't know, what I have is as of 6/12. Are these numbers 530303? Is there anything encumbered in there that I need to know about?
Currently, there's been $111,308.86 expended, and there are encumbrances totaling $20,790.11 out of the contractual line that ends in 530303.
And I'm going to guess, I think when you were talking about the personnel services, was that the assistant city solicitor? Was it the assistant city solicitor that you had breakage in as well?
Yes,
Okay.
that line.
Could you tell me 5100021, what that line item is as of now?
510021, the assistant city solicitor. What are you asking?
I was asking Susan to tell me what the amount is in that line. I just want to make sure it's the same number.
Okay, currently, there has been expended $154,209.95, available budget of $55,790.05,
Okay.
which represents that since December, that position has been vacant.
So there's two people in that
fill
department, correct? Two people in that department?
There's two people in that, there
That
was
line
two
item?
people in that line.
Okay.
There's two assistant solicitors in that line, right?
Is the plan to hire?
Yes, I have the person hired.
That's all I need.
And, okay.
All set.
Okay, any further discussion on the legal budget? Councilor McKee.
So are there, you currently have 2 assistant city solicitors now, or I know one left in December, is that you've hired another one?
Correct. There are two in the office right now, Attorney Petkin and Attorney Durkin. Then I've hired the third, but because of the way, when I worked things out with the mayor in December and what I anticipated would happen, I was trying to be responsible about the legal fees because it's been significant. And so this person is hired, experienced, and will be coming on board.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's going to be 3?
There's only 3, but it's always been 3. I did start with 4 assistant solicitors. I forget what council it was that cut it to 3, but that happened a while ago. But it's been 3 for it's probably been 3 for well more than a decade.
I guess when I'm looking at is one of them called legal counsel? They seem to be in different lines.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right. That happened when Mayor Phelan was in office, and he created a position of a first assistant city solicitor. It was basically, he bumped a particular attorney up a level from the assistant solicitor positions. And in our office, it's Attorney Petkin. When I'm not here, Attorney Petkin covers. and she takes on other roles. And then the 2 assistants are paid the exact same amount.
So there's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 employees in the department?
Yes, we have Kathleen, the administrative person, and then there'll be myself and 3 lawyers, 5.
And is anyone union, or
Pardon me?
is anyone a union employee, or no?
No, these are all considered confidential positions because of the nature of the work. It's like in HR. And so they're all appointed.
Any vehicles?
No.
I'm always asking.
I don't even get gas money. I've never put in for gas money. I don't think.
And
Do you get gas money? No, Janet doesn't either. We don't, we do the job and, yeah, there's no, a few times I've thought when I'm going in Boston that I should get into a blue plate from 55C, but I haven't done that. Yeah.
And then it sounds like the difference between the outside counsel and the contracted line is that the outside counsel is kind of for big ongoing cases like the Long Island Bridge, is that right? And then the contracted line is for
That's correct.
everything else? Okay.
That's exactly right, yeah. And we're having, we're having more of those.
Okay.
So more of the bigger cases, I mean.
And do you have an amount so far that's been spent on the Long Island Bridge this year?
I do. On Long Island Bridge, I only have the recent number, the most recent bill. I don't have a total bill on Long Island Bridge.
Okay.
That'd be pretty significant, but their most recent, the fiscal year to date is $35,651.25. But there's a matter pending, it's called a motion for judgment on the pleadings. And Boston Water and Sewer just filed their response. We just got that in about a week ago. So that's being reviewed by Viral Dana, the lawyers, and there's going to be, there'll be more bills on that one.
Okay. And then it sounds like the ballot petition bills haven't completely come in, but what has come in to date?
Right, they're coming in, and to date, and again, Councilor Jacobs was kind enough to send a query ahead of time. To date, the bill, the legal bill is $110,847.29. And there's been activity, you may recall the court issued a memorandum of decision. There's been post-memorandum of decision activity as the lawyers are trying to work out with the parties how they're going to move forward with the judge's order. So I've asked KP Law to, they've got to get the bills in.
Okay.
I thought I might have them by tonight, but I do not. But that's the answer to the question that you had inquired on.
And then I guess this is I don't know if this is a question from Unify or the city auditor, but I noticed that there were a couple of small transfers into the professional tech and contracted lines, even though the original amounts seem to be sufficient, even with encumbrances. So there were like $262 transferred into professional tech, and $600 into the contracted lines. Just seemed sort of odd. Yes, you could.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
So the transfer ins that you're looking at, those are prior year encumbrances, so when the fiscal year gets closed, any prior year encumbrances that need to go into the next fiscal year for bills that we have to pay, move forward under transfer in.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
You're welcome.
Counselor Jacobs?
Hi. Thank you, Solicitor Timmons. So the question I have kind of goes back, you kind of already touched on it. You were speaking about the 530010 outside counsel. It's been $195,000 for at least the last two budget cycles, proposed $195,000 in 2027. And when exactly did the Long Island Bridge, just refresh my memory, when did that start? Like what year was that in?
Which case?
The Long Island Bridge case?
I don't recall exactly. May I ask, Mr. Walker can help.
2019.
Mr. Walker?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, Mayor Marty Walsh announced his plans to rebuild the Long Island Bridge in his State of the City address in January of 2018.
2018. And so, when you were speaking a while ago, you had mentioned that we always had line item 530303 for contracted, and you said that 72,000 is pretty much for workers' comp and 100,000 was for outside counsel. But I think you had alluded, and correct me if I'm wrong, that 530010 outside counsel came about because of the Long Island Bridge. That line item did not exist before 2000.
That's correct.
Okay. You've been city solicitor since 2009? 2008. So that basically for 10 years, you went without that line item? Because did another, I'm just trying to say, because I remember when this happened, I remember when the Long Island Bridge thing came up. And I remember when you came before the council and you asked the council to come up with this line item, so that way you could proceed with the lawsuits, anything that should come up without having to come before the council to ask for money.
Well,
repetitively.
it was actually the initiative of the Ward 6 councilor at the time, Brian McNamee, not mine. Prior in time, these budgets used to be $250,000 for settlements, $250,000 for judgments. That's what it was back in the day. But following a robust review of everything, I recall working with Councilor Palmucci directly, because like some of the attorneys here would understand this. The judgment line, we just dropped that to 50 because if there's a judgment against the city, it has to be paid. There are two things that have to be paid: snow removal bills and judgments. So, because they're unpredictable. At the time, what we agreed to, that was a total of $500,000. They cut the settlement account to $300 because they agreed, we all agreed at the time, having that money available to settle stuff. Sometimes you can get ahead of a case. Counselors have contacted our office. They want us to handle a matter. You may recall an occasion or two, Counselor, where that's happened in Ward 1. And so the settlement account has proven to be a real asset. And I give the credit to then Councilor Palmucci, who's now the Honorable Palmucci, but we figured that we increased the settlement account because that's where we needed the flexibility to work. And that's been a successful approach. We don't always exhaust the numbers there, but having them available each year, because you'll see there's a fluctuation. So that's actually how that all worked out.
Okay. So when this came about, was some time ago, I had personally myself at that time some concerns about just creating a line item for the Long Island Bridge. Not that I think, we shouldn't necessarily be fighting that, but I feel like if you do something like that, it kind of goes out of the average person's mind because they're not being refreshed as to how much money we're spending on the Long Island Bridge. Whereas before, if we didn't have this $195,000 line item, you would have to come back before the council and ask for money. And we'd supply that money. And, you know, it would remind the taxpayers of how much this actually is costing us, which we know, but we don't have that final number in front of us right now. So for that reason, I am going to make a motion to cut $86,000 from line item 530010 and reduce it to from $195,000 to $109,000.
May I understand the rationale so I can perhaps respond
I
to it?
just said that. I think it needs to be a reminder. We got to make a visual reminder for the citizens of Quincy how much we're spending on these legal cases, especially ones like the Long Island Bridge and the signature case, because we have this $195,000 line item, which the administration is able to spend, and it kind of goes on the back burner of the taxpayers. And I think that if we lowered it to $109,000, you would have to come before the council and explain what's going on, why we need more money, so that way the taxpayers could be re-educated as to why this money is being spent.
Well, I would be delighted, and I think it would be more efficient if you want to bring me, I'm always sitting over there, I've said this before, just call me up to the microphone. But if you want a legal update on bills and cases, I'd be very happy to provide those. You know, it's not like we're going out. If Mayor Koch were, you know, filing lawsuits the way the state's attorney general files them, I might understand that he would have a desire or an intent to hide the money. But that's not, you know, that's not what's going on, and I'm happy to report on them. We don't report, like Long Island Bridge has been very active at times, and then it goes dormant for a bit because it's sitting at a state agency or whatever. But I would be very happy to regularly, at your request, or you can set dates, or I'll do it quarterly, I'll come in and report on the expenses of settlements and whatnot.
So I just want to go on the record to say that I never suggested the mayor was hiding money. I don't know.
No,
why
I
said that.
offered that out as a,
Yeah.
you know, just as, I'm saying that there's no reason for
Well, I just want,
anybody
so
to
we have
not.
I have a motion on the table to reduce this line item 530010 by $86,000. We just had a transfer of $85,000 the other day out of this budget. So, you know, I think there's room there, and I think we can reduce this by $86,000. So,
Yeah, that transfer wasn't just out of this budget. Some of the money came out of this budget, but not all of it.
okay.
And I'm using, as I said, Attorney Durkin just settled the matter. So I would just suggest that having the flexibility, the 300,000, it's very important. I beg your pardon. Having the flexibility with the outside counsel is very important because cases pop up. 2 of the police cases are new this year.
And you will still
The
have
ballot
this
one.
flexibility. You'll just have to come back before the council and ask for the money.
Okay, we have a motion.
Well,
We have a
all
motion.
right.
Any further discussion on the motion? Counselor Ash, hang on 1 second. Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you. I would be hesitant to cut anything from that, under the premise of having the solicitor come back in to give us an update, because there are strict time rules and, you know, the rules of civil procedure, of course. And if the solicitor had to come in and give an update in order to get or retain counsel to potentially respond to a matter within a very specific time frame, if that's in the summer, I mean, we don't meet for 60 days, and I know that there could be some logistical, some defaults, and some issues that would arise if we weren't able to respond to these matters within a timely manner. So I wouldn't support that cut, but for that premise. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Ash. Counselor Yuan?
Thank you,
Oh, hang on.
Chair. I support this cut because I think follow up with Councillor Jacob's opinion, it does serve as a visual reminder for the taxpayers, citizens, how much taxpayers' money have been spent on all those legal issues for the city. So how much legal case going on currently in the city?
Excuse me?
How many legal case going on currently in the city?
I don't have that number. Let me take a look at, because when you say legal case, I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Because as I explained in my opening comments, there's all different types of matters we handle.
As I read, we currently we have 3 eminent domain case, and we have this. We just had that signature petition signature case, and we have that's a statute case. I know that statute case, and now you have outside lawyer give the free service, and the Long Island case. So
Well, there's more than that.
Yeah.
There's a couple of police cases, I reference those, that I'm familiar with. I know that Mr. Durkin told me the number of cases he's actually handling. He's got 53 motor vehicle accident claims, and I just don't know how many of them are in suit. And then he's got 21 property damage claims, and again, I don't know how many are in suit.
Okay. So my concern is,
I think the question might be how many lawsuits out of the outside counsel. I think that's what your question is. How many lawsuits are currently pending outside of the outside counsel line?
I just say generally, we spend residents, taxpayers' money have been spent a lot on all kinds of legal case. And some, if we can avoid it, like just for example, if some eminent domain case, if administration work with the resident when administration want to use eminent domain to take their property, if they can have some negotiation going on, so avoid both parties go to the court, spend money on legal, I would really recommend that way, like work like outside of.
Yeah, we've done that when we can. When we're able to work cooperatively with a property owner, we do. But it just doesn't happen in all cases.
Okay, and also you mentioned that some trees falling down on some, like you said the trees falling down damaged some residents'
Yes.
electrical well. I think I know that case, and because her neighbor called the city, say that's a dead tree need being cut, but city didn't do it. Then during the storm in February, that trees like.
Right, and that's where the liability comes from.
So like this, if I mean, if department can improve their work, like if residents say, okay, this is the dead tree come to cut, then we'll not have this kind of expense.
Well, I mean, I wish we lived in Neverland too, but that's not the case. I think, I don't know how many lift trucks they have in natural resources, but they have a tree list and they go around taking down trees all the time. But in order to do that work, they need a lift, they need other heavy equipment, and so they're limited. There's a limited capacity to get the work done. And they do the best they can. So, but I do understand, because you're right, we hear that a lot.
Yeah, I'm just how to save those unnecessary costs.
Right.
Because I know that case. She said her neighbor repeatedly reported that the dead tree need to be removed, but I don't know, take how long, didn't do it. Then during storm in February, that tree falling down and damaged their property. Then now the city have to pay for that. So I'm just saying how to improve the department work to avoid.
Oh, understood. I mean, there's all kinds of things that I think everyone does the best they can. You see the claim numbers have gone down. They do a good job out in the field, and we end up handling the cases where things didn't work out. So it's not fully fair to the folks in Public Works, Natural Resources to
No,
just
I'm not
signal them out.
blaming them.
Yeah, okay, just so you understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I talked to the commissioner of the park, so he said, yes.
They do a
can
great
improve.
job,
Yeah,
and
I'm
they're
not
very
complaining, just
responsive.
say if these things happen, and probably it's
Right.
not the only case. Okay, another thing is,
Okay, so we have a motion to cut this line item. I just don't want you to go too far off
oh, you want
from
to
that,
cut?
from
Okay.
that motion.
Yeah.
Any further discussion on that motion? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I just have a quick question, just out of curiosity. Adams Academy, where do we stand on that?
That case it remains pending. It's in discovery. I've been trying to get the attorneys for the trust, the Woodard School Trust, to talk about a potential settlement, but that hasn't happened yet.
Settlement for what? So that they could sell the building, or?
What's that?
What do you mean by settlement, if you could explain?
A resolution of the case, the case you're asking about. So we just haven't.
How many times did it go to the SJC? Once or twice?
I beg your pardon?
It went to the SJC and lost once. Is this the second time, or?
It went, well, I'm not certain. I think it went up 3 times, and I'm just not certain. I know the city prevailed. We prevailed on one matter, one of the original SJC cases, but then they prevailed on the most recent one.
So the other question I had was not to you, Jim. Could you tell me what line item you're cutting? Because I'm confused.
530.
Cutting from 530,010 outside council, 195,000 to 109,000. That's one that I wanted to borrow.
Okay.
There's been no outside counsel work on Adams Academy.
No, that's okay. I just was asking.
Okay.
It just popped in my head.
Wait 1 second. Okay. Counselor Jacobs?
So you had said when it came to the ballot petition, we were at $110,847.29. So we have you, we have Janet, we have Steve, and we have a potential now for, and this all happened probably while this other gentleman was, or lady, I don't know who was.
He was with us.
He was with us, okay. So we had four lawyers in-house. Then we hired outside counsel, KP Services, is that what it's, KP Law Firm. And I don't know how many lawyers we had there, but we spent $110,000 on top of whatever you guys were doing in the case. And the other side spent $20,000 in one?
Well, I don't know what the other side spent. I know that they're working with a particular legal agency that goes around the country doing this work, so I presume that there's something there. And they were working with Harvard Legal Aid, so I'm presuming there's something there. Our office was conflicted out of that case.
Okay.
The case about a ballot petition relating to the mayor's salary, and the 4 people you mentioned are all appointees of the mayor. We had to get outside counsel for that reason. Many times, we have to get outside counsel because of conflicts.
Well, that's one of the things that, like, going back to the salary, that I don't understand, because, you came up here a couple of weeks ago and talked about, like, repeal versus delete, and we're gonna get into that in a couple of days. But, over here, you're talking about how we couldn't get into this signature case because we're appointees of the mayor, and it had to do with this pay raise. So I don't even understand how you guys can come up here and talk about the ordinance regarding the pay raise, because it's in your best interest, and I'm not saying this happened, but it's in this department's best interest to make the language in that ordinance, the most beneficial terms for the person who employs you, which is the mayor. So, in my own mind, like the idea, like even when you were up here, it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand how you can come up here and even speak to that, because you are speaking about the pay that the person who employs you, and then also could determine whether or not you get a raise, so, but again, that's neither here nor there. We're going to talk about that next week. But again, there's a motion on the table here to cut $86,000 from 530010 from $195,000 to $109,000. I'd like a vote to take place.
Okay, any
Well,
further discussion? I do want to give everyone a chance
If I
to
can
speak.
respond to that, because that's not neither here nor there. And I think
But
it should be
we're gonna
made
talk about
clear.
that next week.
Okay, well, can I just give everyone a chance to speak so that we can take a vote on this? Counselor Hubley, did you want to speak on it?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Madam Chair. And so I don't exactly know who this question would go to, but wanted to put it out there, and whoever feels inclined that they can answer would be appreciated. So I routinely see updates in the newspaper about these cases. And I think the newspapers, whether it's the Quincy Sun, Patriot Ledger, Boston Globe, do a pretty good job covering it. And when they do so, they often include measurements of how much the city's municipality has spent about it. And I imagine they must submit a request for information to get that. So I do see these things, to Councilor Jacobs' inquiry, I guess. These things are routinely reported in the press. And Solicitor Timmons offered up I think, a pretty reasonable offer to meet Councilor Jacobs' request, or behind the cut, to come up and routinely, at the request of this body, to explain what kind of expenditures have happened. So I guess I want to put it out there. And then, of course, Councilor Ash's point, immediately when this came up, I looked right over at him to see if he was going to have a comment, and of course he did. So it does seem like we have a reasonable middle ground on this, and so that I wanted to put that out there and see what my colleagues said. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have comment? Counselor Ash, one second.
I would just clarify, because I believe to Councilor Yuan's line of questioning, I think with respect to the claims, she was referring to the judgments and settlements budget, not necessarily with respect to Councilor Jacobs' request to cut from outside counsel. I think that the solicitor said earlier that the outside counsel line item is for the larger cases, and who they retain, his office retains for the instances like when they are specifically conflicted out of a matter. I know there's been a number of those, right? I think that they certainly haven't decreased over the last few years, which is why, again, I would go to my point, I'd be hesitant to cut from that outside of the time constraints, and asking the solicitor to come in and give updates that could potentially be detrimental to the deadlines in the matter. Thank you.
I'm going to take some privilege, Councilor Yuan, because I have not spoken yet. The line has been pretty much expended every year. I understand that it would be for referring to specialized legal counsel on cases that need to be. I can appreciate Councilor Jacobs' point that when it comes to appeals and things like that, we can not necessarily have a lot of input into that. But I would prefer to take Solicitor Timmons up on his offer to provide some reporting on, where lawsuits are at. Obviously, some of them are going to be confidential. You're not going to be able to speak to the specifics, but maybe the cost, where the costs are at, where they are in the legal process. Are they in appeal? And because you're right, they come up and then there's a long wait and then they come back. And to Councilor Ash's point, these are timely. So I would not be in favor of cutting this item, but I would be in favor of providing a little bit more reporting. Does anyone else, Councilor DeBona, had you spoken on this? No, you had not. Hang on one moment. Go ahead,
Thank you, Madam
Councilor
Chair.
DeBona.
This is a question to Councilor Jacobs, if he could. I know you're making a cut for $86,000. The solicitor has said he would come in front of this body at any time with any of these situations and talk very transparent to us about this. I was just considering maybe if you could cut that in half and make the cut $43,000. And I mean, he's putting up the fact that he'll come back here to the city council and speak about it. It's pretty transparent to me if maybe you just cut it in half. it would give him a little bit more leeway to come back here. It just seems like it's a high cut.
Counselor, I don't need a financial incentive to come back. I'll just schedule it. Any counselor can schedule me to come back and report. So I appreciate where you're coming from, but I want you to be clear. It doesn't have to be because I'm coming to request money.
Well, let me,
But thank you.
No, I want to respond. Okay. So I do appreciate that. I do, and I hear you. And I hear you say that a lot, and that's good. But I've been emailing you about Greenleaf Street for months. And you've not responded to the people who live in that building. You've not responded to me about any of that. I have heard, I spoke to you in person at the ENC event at Central Middle School, and you were like, you basically said to me, I don't have time to talk to you right now, and shooed me away.
Well,
So it's nice that you stand here and say that you're gonna come before this body, or that I can email you, or that I can call you, but when I'm dealing with my constituents, okay, and you just, it's like I don't even exist.
Counselor, right behind where Mr. Hubley is now sitting, you may recall saying to me after a meeting, in the presence of the council president, I think everything you say is a lie.
I did say
Those
that.
are the
Okay,
words
okay.
you said to me, and it was after that occurred, and it was in the presence of members of the public. It was here in the chamber that I stopped talking to you and said, email me then.
Okay.
That's what that happened, and since then, you have not contacted me on
So,
Greenleaf.
no, Counselor Jacobs, no, I'm going to stop this line of questioning. This line item is not for the in-house personnel. It is for specialized legal services for the police, for workers' comp, for whatever it is that you need to get help with. I think we need to take a vote on this matter. I don't know. You've got the motion on the table. Okay, hang on one second, Counselor Jacobs. Go ahead.
I'm gonna, oh, sorry, I'm talking, so I'm gonna make a motion I'm gonna repeal my other motion. I'm gonna change the motion to reduce 530010 by $43,000, suggested by Councilor DeBona, to $152,000.
Okay, so the revised motion on 530010 is to reduce it from 195,000, reduce it 43,000 to 152,000. On the motion, any discussion? Councilor McKee, hang on.
So sometimes there's contracts that require a certain payment per year, I guess. Do we have any contracts? How many contracts do we have for paying outside legal firms? Is there any kind of amount set in those contracts?
Sure, there's amounts in all of them, but right now, we're working with 6 different law firms, and they all have contracts.
For how much?
Well, it all varies, but these aren't retainer contracts. We can only pay in arrears. The service has to have occurred, and then we pay for it. So every one of these, they have their billing rate in there, their allowed billing rate in there, and they bill based on that hourly rate and their time, and the bills come in fairly regularly. A couple of the bigger firms are pretty good about it because they have admin people.
So it's just a kind of hourly rate based on whatever is used. It's not like the city is on the hook for a set amount of money per year for
That's
each one.
correct, but we do ballpark. We have to put an amount in for what we expect the
Sure.
contract to be, to make sure that municipal finance has the money.
Okay,
That's it.
that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on this cut, this line item cut? Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Yuan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to clarify, Councillor Ash misunderstood what I want to say. The reason I support Councillor Jacob's cut is mainly because I want to give a visual sign to the resident that city has spent too much on all those legal case. And if there is some way we can improve and can save some taxpayers' money on some legal cases, we should do that. So that's why I supported to make the cut on the line, because one more thing, like last time when we talk about the DPW, the grease, the grease, the oil, those things, like when they give the fine, they didn't include any original, they don't have any oversight. So the fine is the final. So if some mistake, the people get the fine in wrong, only way they can do it is go to the court to sue the city. So that's why I suggest in the DPW department or administration have a review process to trying to resolve the complaint inside before resident have to go to the court to solve it, because if residents go to court, the city will also go to court to spend it. So,
Councilor Yan, I'd like to take a vote on this.
Yeah,
Your
so
position is
that's
no.
why I want. I just explain that's my purpose
understand.
to support.
I
it.
understand.
It's not a Councilor Ash. It means it's a small case. It's not in this contractual. So I supported to cut off this outside council.
I'd like to take a roll call vote, please. Councilor Hughley, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'll try to be brief. So as I said earlier in my remarks, I believe there's a mechanism through the press, through which the public is readily informed about expenditures on legal cases that the city takes up on behalf of the same residents, by the way. There is an offer to come in at any time to this body to report that information as well. Frankly, I know these meetings can be somewhat entertaining at times, but I think the newspapers probably get a little bit more coverage than us on QATV. Maybe I'm wrong. And I've listened very carefully to the reasons behind the request and, of course, the support of the request by Councilor Yuan, and both appear to be more of a performance management nature, and you don't really manage individual employees or groups of employees' performance in terms of response times and things like that through budget. That's not the mechanism by which you do. You do it through management. You do it through feedback. You do it through feedback loops. And I think that this is an executive branch action that's trying to be handled through the legislative budget process. And so I would agree with Chair Riley that I think that I wouldn't be supportive of this cut.
Okay, I'd like to take the roll call, please.
Councilor Ash?
No.
Councilor DeBona?
No.
Councilor Hughley?
No.
Councilor Jacobs?
Yes.
Councilor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilor McKee?
Yes.
Councilor Ryan?
Yes.
Councilor Yuan?
Yes.
Chairman Riley?
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, the motion passed. So if there's no further discussion on the budget, go ahead, Councilor Yuan.
I have a question about this contracted. So maybe I missed what you say. So what's the spending on this contracted office service? 53003 or 3?
530303?
Oh, 530303 contracted.
Right. I think that's right.
yeah.
You said 530303, correct?
530, yes.
Pardon me?
Yes,
Okay.
53003.
So what is your question, please?
My question is, I try to understand the contracted, what's the difference between like a contracted and outside counsel? I maybe missed this, I just ask you to repeat.
Okay. Contracted consists of two numbers, basically. 72,000 is the sum that we pay the workers' compensation attorney, Michael Maxey, who's been with the city for a considerable period of time and does a terrific job. The $100,000 balance is the amount that we use to hire law firms like, or lawyers. In this particular case, it's more lawyers. We've hired lawyers in 2 cases involving police where there's a conflict of interest. And they tend to be the cases that come in during the course of a year, and we can anticipate they're going to be in and out. The legal fees won't exceed $50,000. That's what that line is about.
2 cases related to police?
Pardon me?
2 cases?
Well, right now, there's 2, and then, let me just take a look, because I know there's at least one other. No, right now, it's pretty much 2. But keep in mind, this 100,000 is for next year, for the coming year, and we don't know what that year brings. The history that's been presented before this body shows that, you know, there's going to be a need for this type of money. So, okay.
Okay. So historic data show like every year we'll have this kind of case related to police. You need a contract outside lawyer. Is this through the historic data? Every year have some kind of this thing?
No, that's actually not accurate, because we went for well over at least a decade without any police cases, which is completely remarkable for a city this size. It just so happened, like one of the cases involved an eviction where 4 officers went into a house because there was a fight going on and it was over an eviction, and that person has sued. And then the other one, it's a very bad incident that occurred where the license board was sued, and Attorney Petkin represented the license board in court, and then a particular individual officer was sued. And so that officer needed his own attorney. But other than that, I really can't remember any police-related cases since I handled one back in like 2011 or 2012. They're not very frequent. They just happen to be the types of cases that we're dealing with here now. But it could be a case where someone sues us. You know, you just saw in the newspaper a lawsuit filed by someone over Furnace Brook Golf Course. You know, that came out of the blue. So there are cases like that come up, and we deal with them.
So yeah, if that kind of case like sue you about the golf course, do you need a contract outside lawyer, or you can do it?
No, we're going to handle that
You can handle
in-house, yes.
Okay, since you said historic data show like before there is no police involved case, but 2025 you also budget 172,000. In that year, there any case need an outside lawyer, any police related case?
You lost me on that one.
In 2022, you also budget 172,000.
2022?
Yeah.
Okay. And which line are you saying is over budget?
It's the same line. It's the contracted. It's the same line.
Yeah, 2023. That had to be Long Island. That would have been the Long Island Bridge case. I think what happened was we had some outside counsel money too. Well, no, I'm seeing that budget. I'm not really sure which case that would have been, but you can just tell that something happened in 2023, and that's why the number jumped. Because the numbers are fairly consistent during that 5-year average.
The reason I ask, because you said you just had 2 cases about police-related before, you never have. But seems from the spending, every year spend so much money, so I want to know what other case.
Well, we have zoning cases.
Need an outside lawyer.
I'm trying to think if you can think of any where we've used outside counsel. I don't know, that's not some, I can, if you care to talk about this, you know, after, I can give you some clarification. I can't answer that now about why those particular expenditures occurred. I just identified what they were because I'm here on the budget and I'm trying to show that in the past years, this is what we spent. But the particulars of what type of case it was, I'm not certain.
And are those 2 police-related cases still going on or already finished?
The ones that we just spoke about, the current cases are still going on. Attorney Petkin was able to get the city out of one of the cases, or the license board, I should say. She handled that aspect of it, and the claims against the license board were dismissed, but the claim against the individual officer is still proceeding at this time. And then the other case is actually coming up for trial soon, the eviction case.
Councilor Yin, I'm just going to take a privilege here, but just to clarify, Solicitor Timmons, you said the 172,000, 72 of that goes to a workers' comp.
Correct.
So you're really only talking 100, and is that a fixed cost, like you pay that person for that, or do they bill up to that amount or something?
Yes, he's under contract and he's paid in the annual installments.
Okay.
We've been able to keep the workers' comp budget. You'll see when we get to it. You know, we use an outside service to tabulate the billing and make sure it aligns with the what's allowed by the workers' comp board. That usually costs around $60,000. So our personnel and expense costs for workers' comp has always been around $130,000, 72 plus whatever the outside company gets.
But my point is that for this line item, there's really only 100,000 that's used
Correct.
more at your discretion.
That's
Okay,
correct.
and this is, I guess maybe the question would be the difference between the outside counsel and the contracted. Is there a big difference, or do you kind of use them interchangeably for when you need to contract, when you need to work with specialized legal services?
Well, I'm not quite sure what you mean, but.
Well,
you
it
know,
sounds like outside counsel and contracted, with the exception of the workers, is used in a similar fashion.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And, you know, like on the police case, we've got a lawyer who this type of work he does is from Norwood. If it were a zoning case, there are lawyers who know zoning that we go to, so
Right,
yes.
Specialized.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, Councilor Yan, do you have a motion on this line item?
Yeah, I do have a motion. So generally, I would like to encourage city spend less money on those legal fees. Like if something can resolve inside, like through departmental work, through the work with residents, then save both parties money. So for that purpose, I would like to make a cut of this item, just cut 20,000 on item 530303.
Cut 20,000?
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion on 530303 is to cut it $20,000 from 172,000 to 152,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On the motion? I'd like to take a roll call vote.
Counselor Ash? Counselor DeBona? No. Counselor Hughley? No. Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee? Yes. Council Ryan? Yes. Council Yuan?
Yes.
Chairman Riley?
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, the motion passed.
Motion to approve as amended?
Okay, we have a motion to approve this budget as amended. Any discussion on the motion to approve as amended? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, wonderful. Okay, moving on to, forgive me, I lost track of my thing. Is it workers' comp? Is workers' comp next? Do you want to give a little summary?
I don't have much really to say about it. It's a very consistent budget, as you can see. We've always zero budgeted it. There's two different things that are paid out of our office. The injured pay is the salary that the injured party gets at the workers' comp rate, which is 70% of their full salary. That is with the exception of police and fire. Police and fire, the salaries are covered by the departments themselves. They're treated under statute, Chapter 111F, and that's treated differently. So personnel service in the 510173 line is an estimate for the coming year for how much in workers' comp benefits will have to be paid to injured people. And that's always just a total ballpark. It's based on past performance. You can see we consistently fund it the same. The next line, I'm going to skip one, 570703, working man's comp. That's a name I've been trying to get changed. I'll renew my request that it be changed in the budget to workers' comp. But that's the medical bills. And we pay all the medical bills, police, fire, and the municipal employees. And what happens is the Department of Industrial Accidents sets the rates for medical bills. And they're to be paid at that rate. If you're on workers' comp and you get injured, then your medical bills are paid at a certain rate. So we use an outside company. That's what 530303 represents, the contractual line. That's a company that we send all the bills out. They go through and they, I think the term is, well, I don't recall the term, but what they do is they make sure that they're accurately rated, and then they send the bills back to us and we pay them. So that's what those three individual lines represent. They're consistent every year. I mentioned Attorney Michael Maxey. He does an absolutely terrific job. He's excellent. But a credit this year, I think you'll see in this year's budget that the workers' comp 510173, that line is way down. We haven't spent anywhere near the 752 this year, and that's really a reflection on the employees and the department heads. There's not been a lot of folks going out on comp. And I'll just tell you one little issue that it's in the PDF I gave you, and it's in the PowerPoint. It shows that in the workers' comp injury reports, 39% of the reports we get from the city, police, fire, admin, and the school department, 39% are from the school department. And that's because the teachers properly have been told that anytime there's an issue with a student and teachers get whacked, we get reports all the time about physical conduct. They report them. So we've had a lot of reports this year, but we have not had a lot of claims. The workforce has been terrific. I think the department heads do a great job. But I ask that we leave the lines in place because we need to, if folks, if things happen and there are injuries in the workplace, we need to be ready to pay those. And then, in the 570703 line, if someone has a fracture and there's surgery, that can cost upwards of $100,000 and wipe out a significant portion of the medical. So I think for the most part, these lines, I request they be left intact. That's my explanation for them.
Thank you,
Thank
Solicitor.
you.
Any discussion on this budget line item? Councilor McKee?
So I guess, I believe that our budgeted amount is higher than some other similarly sized cities. It's higher than Brockton, but that's 1.2 million, so it's not super hugely more. But Lynn, $450,000, New Bedford, about $590,000, and Fall River, just $208,000. I guess, have you looked at any of these other places, and do you have any ideas why Quincy might be higher than these other places?
Well, I'm presuming, I don't know what you're reading from or how you got numbers, but I'm presuming that there's some sort of misinterpretation. There's no way that a major city could get by with $200 and some odd thousand in their workers' comp. Are you saying for both injured pay and medical bills, the total that the city has is $200,000?
Sounds like the 2027 budget proposal is that. I'll check into it more, but I'm just wondering, it sort of stood out, so I thought I would ask.
People, you were silent about the number of employees in the department. And, I don't do the comparison stuff. We have the number of employees we need, and I'm very happy and grateful that's been preserved. This workers' comp budget, you have all the data from the city of Quincy about what's gone on, and it's completely consistent all along. This year's been a good year, and I acknowledge that, I said that. But the notion that you can look at Brockton and say, well, we should do something up here. How many employees does Brockton have? How do they handle things down there as far as the medical bills and everything? I just don't, there's no reason for me to look at other cities when I'm talking about the Quincy budget before the Quincy City Council, and I can show you 5 years of totally consistent.
Well, I can get more information. I just wondered if you had thoughts about that.
I don't, and I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Because I'm just not aware.
The 2025 draft audit says the city has a liability of $9.6 million at the end of the fiscal year, and that accounts for all outstanding claims as of that date. So including like long-term claims, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Della Barbara, but how is that? Are those claims and the payments coming out of like the pension, a pension reserve system, or?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
You should
need to come up to this, yep.
I don't believe so, but that's a question I'd be glad to answer if you want to send me an email.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's it.
Councilor McKee? Okay. Councilor Hubley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. My only question actually is for Councilor McKee, and I think Mr. Timmons touched upon it, which is there are some things when we look at comparative cities that we do on a population level, and then there are other things that we would look at in terms of a number of employee level and maybe type of employees and counts of employees, because they have different, we'll say, risk factors. And so my question was, when we're looking at comparable cities, are we looking at comparable size workforces? Because this cost, as I understand it, applies to workforce, not the population. So that was just my one question, which might have resolved your question. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Councilor Ryan? Hang on one second.
Council Ryan.
Through you, Madam Chair. I just would like a clarification on the workers' comp injury reports, fiscal year 2022 through 2026, the 39% for the school. Is that just injuries to the teachers, or is that injuries to the students, or?
No, it would just be the employees, the
Okay.
teachers, the paraprofessionals.
Okay, all right. And what type of injuries? Could you just
Well-
give an example?
Yeah, they vary. I mean, we've had teachers fall, and teachers pick up something. They might pick up a fallen student, and injure their back, but we've had a lot of situations where students have whacked a para or a teacher. Yeah, it really varies.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks.
Motion to approve. Yep. Council Mahoney.
So Jim, I know you're saying it hasn't changed, 752, 92, and 853. Do we have, workers' comp, do we go out for that, or is that something we pay self-insure? Do we have an insurance, when you say you have somebody looking at it for contractual, who is it that we have looking at it for contractual? Who do we contract out with?
The company's called Guardian Claim Service.
Okay.
And what they do is they take in the bills. It's something that would be impossible for us to do. I believe they have a proprietary service, but the Industrial Accident Board rates all medical injuries and.
No, I know it would be. I was just wondering, because we use, I mean, there's Mega, there's Guardian, there's a bunch of different ones you can use. So there's a bunch of different ones you can use. I just wanted to know which one you were
Yeah,
using.
we put it out to bid and we use Guardian.
Okay. So when I'm looking, and I know you don't want us to cut this, but when I'm looking at this, since 2025, you haven't raised the budget, but when I'm looking at your, it's with 2021 through 2025, plus the actuals in 2026, and I just took the total department, 912 grand totals, from 2021 to 2026, and I came up with a number, and then I divided it by 6, and then I subtracted it by 169, and it comes out to about $265,000 over for those 6 years. So then when I went back, I was like, I'm going to just look at the each line item, and there's one other piece of this. So in 2026, the fiscal year ended with $200,000 remaining in personal services and $125,000 in current expenses, and they were used for transfers. So this is where I'm coming from. So in fiscal year 2026, we have 752 budgeted, and do we have any, can we look at actual, Susan, for all three of these lines?
Are we talking about workers' compensation?
Yep. Could we just look at the actuals for workers' compensation for all three, injured pay, others, and workers' comp?
All right.
Okay,
I'm asking Susan.
yeah.
I'm not
What are you asking?
I'm asking the auditor.
Oh.
I wasn't asking you to do that.
So you want to know what the actuals
I
were?
want to know if there's any encumbrance for any of these. So
In the contractual line right now, the 530,303,
Yep.
in fiscal year '26, right now, 80,325 has been expended. There's still an available balance of 27,740. However, there are a few weeks left in the fiscal year, and I don't know what their financial obligations are.
Okay, and then what about 510, I made the wrong number. Yeah, 510173.
That actually is personal services, so there are still a few weeks left in the fiscal year that we have to pay out of that.
Okay, and then what about workers' comp?
570,703. In that particular line, there is an we've spent 660,739. There is an encumbrance of 40,000, and there's a remaining balance of 153,000.
Okay. So when I was looking at this, and I'm just going to entertain this because it's gone up and down over the years, but the average, and you had the transfer of the 100 and 125. So when I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at 492, I'm not looking to cut a lot. I'm just looking to cut $75,000 from 510173, which would leave you about 675 in that, and 675 is less than what the average would have been for that line item if I went across all 6 lines. I'm not touching contractual, and then when I look down at workers' comp, the last line, I had it, because I was looking at the number 454, I had it higher, for a higher cut, and you're saying it's at 700 right now. So for that one, I would say a $50,000 cut for that one. 50. I know you do. I have a motion, but I did say I had my hand up for a long time.
Yep,
so
sorry.
I'm so sorry. I did. Thank you.
Okay, so we're withdrawing the motion to approve as is. We're entertaining a cut to 510173 from,
65,000.
of 65,000, cutting 65,000 from that? Okay,
No, just 65, just 60, not 160, just 65.
65.
Yeah.
From the 752? Okay. I'll let Jen do the math. And then what was the other one you had, Councilor Mahoney?
570,703, 50,000.
Okay.
They have to do it separately.
Oh, no, I will do them separately. I just wanted to get them out there. Okay. 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 So on 510173, the motion is to reduce the line item from 752,885, 65,000 to 687,885.
Yep.
On the motion? Counselor Ash?
I'll just ask Solicitor Timmons if there's any like forecasting or trends that he thinks could be coming in that would
No, that really-
need to come back to the well for that $65,000 based on, more injuries, more employees, et cetera.
I will echo the sentiments of the eminently, Mr. Della Barba. I'll follow his lead and just say, if we need to, we'll be back. The one issue with cutting the salary line is that we have to pay the salary that's required, under statute enforced by the AG. But we could anticipate if there's going to be a deficiency there. These are palatable cuts. We could work with these cuts.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion then on the motion? Do we need a roll call vote or a roll call vote? Okay.
Counselor Ash.
Yes.
So this is on the first one, 510173.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Yes. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McKee. Yes. Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan. Yes. Chairman Riley.
Yes.
Amendment.
Okay, so then on 570703, reducing that from 853,800, $50,000 to 803,800. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, we'll take a roll call vote on that too.
Counselor Ash.
Yes.
Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Yes. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McKee. Yes. Counselor Ryan. Yes. Counselor Yuan. Yes. Chairman Riley.
Yes, okay, and so do we have a motion to, okay. From Counselor DeBona, we have a motion to approve this budget as amended. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now we're up to
Thank you,
judgments
councilors.
and settlements.
Oh, you're not.
One more. Judgments and settlements.
Seems like.
Well, we've talked it through, certainly. I thought there was a motion on that, on settlements. Okay. Well, I don't have any preliminary comments, we'll say that.
Okay. Okay, Counselor McKee?
Solicitor Timmons, I had asked for information about the judgments and settlements, and you had indicated that they were confidential, but I believe they are both public records, and if you need to redact some of the information that's confidential, that's fine with me, but I would like the information about this.
What information are you after?
Just what they are, like how much and you know,
Okay.
to whom.
Which is they, judgments or settlements?
Both, both.
Okay. Well, there are no judgments, but I understand you'd like that. The problem with that is I don't want, I'll give you, I'll give you a date and an amount, but I don't want to give you any information about who the parties are or what the nature of the claim is, because people will review this stuff. And then, people can understand that I settled a certain case one way and another case another or whatever. So I'm happy to give you the amounts. I thought maybe that was done, but we might have done something, a redacted production to someone else on a different, actually it was to you. We gave you asked for a list of all the people on workers' comp and all the people on disability. So, did you also ask for judgments?
I did, yeah.
All right, well, I'll give it to you, but we'll similarly redact it. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are pots of money where, we don't have any oversight into, what happens. So it's helpful information to have. And I think, whatever we're legally able to have, I would urge you to redact as little as possible.
Well, I'm going to redact what I just said, because, no, you really don't have any role over it, and I keep all these types of things, all settlements confidential, for any number of reasons, but mostly, if people got a hold of a settlement list and saw that a certain case was settled for this, certain case was settled for that, this is why in the private sector, everyone who does any type of contract, I'm sure the chair is familiar with this type of provision in real estate contracts. You mentioned you're a realtor frequently. AAA provision, you've probably heard of that. All private sector contracts refer to arbitration, not to court, because they want everything kept private. Well, in the similar manner, even though, we're a municipality and we have to be an open book and blah, 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 there's a right that the city has to protect its position as far as how it settles cases and what it settles for and how things are resolved. And it's very important. And when you talk about protecting taxpayers, I'm protecting taxpayer money by keeping our settlement approach and what types of cases we settle. We settle some pothole claims, not all. And we'll be getting phone calls from people who see the list that you would like me to produce, saying, you settled all these pothole claims, you didn't say mine, and then it'll become a discrimination case or something. So I just am not going to do that.
To play briefly the devil's advocate, I would be interested in why certain potholes weren't paid for versus other potholes. This is a sizable chunk of public money. Where is it going, and could there be, disparities in how people are treated who come forward with pothole claims? Do you know what I mean? I think that's an important question.
Well, I would hope that you recognize that as a city councilor representing the city of Quincy, your obligation is to work with us to protect the city of Quincy and its interests and the interests of, the taxpayers. We hear about that a lot. While I'm protecting the settlement account. And if you want to do some study of whether we settle cases based on whatever study you want to do, you'll have to do it without using this list. Okay, and I'm just, I'm being insistent for a reason. It includes like mental impressions of counsel. Why am I settling one case and not another? We have some similar cases, and we settle some and not others, but there's a good reason. But it's never going to be publicly discussed nor publicly disclosed. If you want the breakdown, I'll give you the same type of list we gave you on the workers' comp and the long-term disability. No problem with that.
Counselor McGee, I'm going to go to Counselor Ash. Counselor Ash?
Thank you. Yes, I do think that the judgments would be public, of course. So really, what I think the discussion is about settlements. I do have to agree with the solicitor. I mean, if you're getting into claim valuations and kind of the valuation of counsel, there are so many things that are looked at that I would have to agree with, just giving out a list of all the pothole claims or all the tree claims or and what they settled for. Certainly, it's his department's job to look at a claim and value it based on everything that's in front of them, everything that they know, whether that person's represented, certainly the merits and the liability. And I do think that I would be surprised, actually, if any municipality did allow that that list to be public. I would be. I'm not saying it's not possible. I would just be surprised and interested in kind of what provisions in the redacting process, because I could see that could potentially snowball into an issue. So I would just agree, Solicitor. That's all.
And I'm just going to add to that, Solicitor Timmons, that I agree that judgments would be public, so that could be looked up. But when it comes to settlements, some people are just more agreeable to negotiating, if you will, and being willing to settle, and some people simply won't. So, sometimes the disparity between that is the party involved. Some people they won't accept anything. They just want to take everything to court or whatever they want to do. So, sometimes settlements depend on the person on the other side and whether they're willing to accept $100 for their tire that got blown out, or whether they think they, should get $1,000. I mean, so, I do trust that the solicitor's office does their best to negotiate with people in good faith. I really do believe that.
Thank you.
Is there more, Councilor Yuen?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I have a question about item 570600, the judgments. What's that mean, judgments? Like the cost on this item?
Which number?
The judgments.
The judgments.
The judgment line.
570600.
Oh, 060, right. You have a question?
Yeah, I just want to know what's the judgment cost? What's that mean? Like you spend money on this item. Could you explain it?
Explain what the judgment line is?
Yeah, what is the judgment?
If a judgment is entered against the city, it's got to be paid.
It's a resolution that comes after.
Hang on a second. Go ahead, Councilor Ash.
After a trial, so a judge is telling you, whether it's a bench trial, a judge is telling you an amount, or if it's a jury trial, the jury.
Right.
It's
whatever the final judgment in a
judge
legal
gives you
case
an
is.
amount. It could also be on the pleadings as well. It's a court-ordered judgment. There's no
Okay, I'm
negotiations.
just learning that. What's that
It's
judgment?
over and above the solicitor's office's purview.
He's not going to bill you for that.
Okay, so I just see the historical trend on this judgment. So other years seems all spend zero amount of money, but 2023 spend 400,000 on this. Could you give some explanation?
Well, that'd be a year when there was a final judgment in a case, and it was a big number. I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember this big number spent on what?
Well, what year was it?
2023.
Right, yeah, I don't remember it.
400,000 spent on this, and other year all spend zero money on this.
So that
item.
was probably paid out in a lump sum, Solicitor, like a one-time judgment?
Yes, yeah, I mean, that happens. As I'm standing here, like, I just don't recall it. You can see from looking at that 5-year judgment line, I don't know.
So, Councilor
I just
Yuan,
don't know what it is.
if a court orders payment, the city has to pay it.
I know.
So the judgments are not, the settlements are negotiated. with the solicitor's office.
Yeah, I just wondering what's that case, like spend.
He can't recall.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm sure we could get that.
2000.
Yeah, that's something we could find. It's a judgment, it's public, so that's something that could be shared.
Okay. For the settlement, I see from 2021 all the way to 2026, the spending, if I average the 6 years spending, the average spending is $221,550. So you budget $300,000. So I would like to make a motion to cut 50,000 on this item.
Okay, so we have a motion on 570601, settlement line, to reduce that line item from 300,000 to 250,000, correct? 50,000, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so from 300,000 to 250,000. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
We have to wait and make.
Or do we need a roll call? I don't need a.
May I just point out that a ward counselor should really look hard at that one? Because you cut that settlement budget, it cuts my ability to resolve cases. So,
I think the argument is it hasn't been used.
The reason I come up with this number is I compared the historical trend of this. I averaged 6 years spending on this, and the average number is 221,550. And then, so now, even after cut, we are still way above the average spending.
Okay, so we have the motion. Councilor Hubley on the motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So is this going to be one of those scenarios where we say, come back before the body if you need more money? Because as a ward counselor, I'm listening to Mr. Timmons and wanting to understand how that could affect the city's performance in complying with a settlement that was established with a resident. And I don't want our residents to be delayed in getting whatever settlement that they've been given. I don't want our ability to negotiate and work with residents to be compromised. I think as a ward counselor, I'd like to understand better. And I don't even know what the procedure is if it's the middle of the summer and we all have to reconvene to do a, just, you know.
Beach balls.
we just don't enter into any settlement talks. We explain, in the middle of the summer, we'd be okay. But if we don't have money, I'll say we don't have money and we can't settle cases.
Okay, so that won't affect the performance in terms of what we're able to do, but the expectations of the resident who's waiting for a resolution. I'm just trying to understand better what the implications of this cut are. And I do see the through line. I get why we're looking at that number. I just want to better understand what the implications are to a ward counselor as this is being proposed by an at-large counselor who wouldn't have the situation before them.
It would be more of a Q4 problem, correct? It wouldn't be a summer problem because you're going to have
No, we'll have the money, right.
250,000.
It'll be at the end. Like these past few weeks, we've settled one big case because I said to Mr. Durkin, we have enough, let's get it resolved now. And he got a very favorable resolution. And then a man who came in and had his electric service wiped out, $2,000. We're settling that. We got a car claim that came in, it's $4,700. So we're settling these cases because we've got the money sitting there. But they're all legit good settlements for people. I just think it represents flexibility to resolve things, and that's good for the residents. I'm fine with, if I have to tell people we can't settle cases because we're out of money, we'll do that. But it's not how things have worked the past several years. That's one of the reasons the money, sometimes it shows that there's a bit left at the end of the year. We manage it tightly.
So I'm just going to add,
Okay, thank you. If I still have the floor, we can keep my mic on, that would be appreciative. So I guess, I don't know what kind of impression that leaves the resident with. Hey, sorry, we don't have any money right now, but like, we'll catch you later. I'm trying to really understand it. I'm not trying to be stubborn. I'm just really trying to understand what this might do to my ability to help my residents. So I'm still not getting it. If I can get some help with that, appreciate it.
Who do you want
Is there
help?
someone?
Do you want input from me?
Yeah, I just want to
I mean, I
understand
don't know what
kind
to
of
say
implications it have.
other than, I mean, I don't see it being a problem until the back end of the fiscal year. You know, we do the best we can. However, you know, during the winter time, we get a number of snow claims. You'll get a cluster, fences, this or that. And normally, because I have the money, we try to settle those. Because of the nature, like if it's a fence claim, we don't have to settle because we resolve it in the spring. But it just is going to affect flexibility.
Right.
To what extent, I don't know. It may not be that severe, but
Yeah, because I have a resident who emails me quite routinely about a situation that they're in, and you know, I'm playing my role in terms of advocating for them, making sure that they're connected up with the right resources within the city. But aside from that, I'm just reading their repeated emails as they await a response on things. And so, you know, one of the things I'm trying to be very good at in my role is when someone reaches out to me, I get back to them either immediately or within 24 hours. And the other thing I'm doing in my role is I'm keeping track of everything that gets to me and escalating to a department and making sure that that response time is also good. So I get pretty inquisitive when something might affect my response times and our response times, which is, it's our collective response times. So that's why I'm trying to look for some clarification. I see that President Mahoney has her hand up, so maybe if you can offer.
Councilor Jacobs had his hand up first.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Councilor Jacobs.
So, I'm sorry, speaking about, settlements, we had alluded what would happen if it was summertime, but we know the budget starts in the summertime, so we really wouldn't be short money in the summertime. That's when we'd have the most amount of flexibility. It would be more towards like the spring, probably, when we might start to face some type of, potentially some type of constraints with that money. What's the lag time between like the settlement, like when someone calls? So like, obviously, we had a lot of fence calls. I worked with Janet over the winter about that, and like, what's the lag time between this, not the complaint, but the concern comes in, someone goes out and addresses it, a couple weeks later, it gets fixed. I mean, because we're talking about, it couldn't, prevent us from being able to act, but I imagine that from the time the call comes in to whenever the repair is made, that the money comes out. It must be some amount of weeks that goes by between those settlement periods. I mean, at least more than a month.
well, I don't quite know what you mean. We negotiate, we ask for evidence.
So what I'm saying is,
They have
from
to
the
provide
time,
the backup.
from the time
and
they
then-
call,
May I finish when I'm answering your question?
I'm trying to clarify my question, because you just said you don't know what I'm talking about. So from the time they call until the time the check is cut, on average, how much time goes by?
It all depends.
That's why it's an average.
Okay.
I'm asking for your professional opinion, how long?
Well, if it's a contested claim, and we ask for backup, and then we have city people go out, it could go on for 3 months, give or take. If it's not, like the gentleman who came in, had a very compelling case, he showed me everything about how this tree came down, he showed me the tree complaints, he showed me what happened, and his $2,000 bill, we sent that right through. He'll have a check in a week.
Okay.
So it varies. It's not really an average, it varies, and some settlements end up being a little contentious and go over a longer period of time.
Okay. But it sounds like we do have like some cases that take some time, a month, maybe more.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All set, Councilor Jacobs. I'm just going to add that, the more you can settle, the less you end up with judgments. And this does not include your time. These is just the amounts that are paid to people. So, if you take away the ability to settle, then you're going to end up with more people taking things to court, which is always more expensive. So that's just my 2 cents. Councilor Mahoney.
All right, I appreciate your 2 cents, and I also appreciate Counselor Hubely's 2 cents, but did anybody look at the 5-year comparison? Because if you looked at the 5-year comparison and you averaged it out over the last 6 years, it actually comes out to 221, which would be a $79,000 cut. Yes, there were a couple of years that we went high. I don't think what we're talking about is going to be, board counselors are not going to be affected. We're in fiscal year 2026 right now, and we're at 217,000. You have 300,000 in the budget, you've got plenty of room. I don't want to be saying that anybody's trying to put out any kind of dog whistles like, well, ward counselors, get careful because you might need it. It's not that situation at all. We're in a situation where we're trying to look at where in the budget that doesn't affect people, but does affect taxpayers. If the average is 221 over the last 6 years, it's very reasonable to say you can take a cut of 79,000 if you're doing the average. Council UN did 50. I don't think it's unreasonable. But I'm not going to say that. I'm going to lean that over to Mr. Timmons and what would be reasonable? I don't know, but I don't think it's unreasonable.
What's the question?
No, I think you should just vote. I just said, I don't think it's unreasonable. The average is 6 years is actually $80,000.
Yeah, but we're not at the number you said for this year.
What are we at then?
Pardon?
What are we at?
217, 947.
What are we at? You said we're not at the number that you said this year, so what are we at? What number are we at?
I don't know if you heard me say, we've settled 3 cases totaling 51,000, and we have a couple more that I'm working on through the balance of the week, because we had roughly, I think, it was 82,000 left. And so we were looking at other cases that could be resolved.
You're going to spend $82,000 in 2 weeks?
Well, we've gone through 54. We have these cases all lined up, and we know what we're talking about. It's like, pull the Smith case, pull the Jones case, and let's see what you can do. I gave that case that Solicitor Durkin settled, Assistant Solicitor Durkin settled.
I can appreciate that, but
I gave that to him because it was a case the lawyer had called about, and we knew that, I said, tell him we're at the end of the year, we have some money, and we got a good settlement.
Yep. So I can appreciate that, but the last 2 years, you're at 217 this year, you were 221 last year, you're at 147 the year before, and you had money on the table then, but we weren't settling it. So I'm just trying to ask the average, that is there room in this average that we could,
What year was the 147?
2024.
Okay, well,
You have the 5-year look back, right?
Frankly, like you folks, I have explained things, I've represented what I think is in the city's best interests. I've been doing this for a while. These are numbers that have proven out. The fact that something's left at the end of the year, I happen to think isn't a bad thing, but I think the council should do whatever it deems appropriate.
Okay, so we
And
have
I
a
think it's
motion.
all been aired out, and I thank the chair for allowing that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to reduce this line item. Take a roll call vote unless there's further discussion.
Council DeBona?
No.
Council Hubely?
On the motion.
Oh, on the motion, Councilor Hubely?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to cap off, and then we can go into a roll call vote. It's incredibly important for me that we are able to quickly respond to residents. So it doesn't matter who raises the concern that a certain budget item impact might affect our responsiveness. I'm going to ask the questions that I think need to be asked until I'm done with until I get my answer. And so I appreciate everyone indulging the questions. If someone's going to raise the possibility that I'm not going to be able to respond to a constituent in a timely manner, I want to make sure that we flesh that out. So I appreciate the indulgence, and I'm fine to go ahead with the vote.
Councilor Ash? No. Council DeBona? No. Council Hubely?
Yes.
Council Jacobs?
Yes.
Council Mahoney?
Yes.
Council McKee? Council Ryan?
Yes.
Council Yuan? Chairman Riley?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Can we
Oh, yes, we need to all agree to suspend Rule 24. It's 11 o'clock. Anyone opposed? Okay. Pardon me? Okay. I think we're done with you, Solicitor Timmons. Oh, I'm sorry, motion to approve the budget as amended. All those in favor? Excellent, okay. Okay. Yes, we did. Do you do this from your seat, Mr. Walker? You don't go up to the podium? No. Okay.
If you want me to.
We are going to start with the mayor's office.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much. As this body knows, the mayor's office is sort of the grand central station of our operation. All departments, with the exception of obviously this body, report to the mayor's office. The budget this year is level service, includes the mayor, myself, Director of Operations, Director of Communications, two-member team of constituent services, two administrative assistants, the community liaison, which this body will remember was a request of this body to add to the team a few years ago, and we are otherwise level service.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve or discussion first? Councilor Ash.
My only question, I believe you said, Mr. Walker, constituent services is two individuals?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, that's all.
Councilor McKee?
Hi, Chris. Thank you for all your answers before. You mentioned that 3 department employees are paid by grants or other sources.
Correct.
Can you tell me which employees and how much of their salary and what sources?
So we have, as noted, we have media director who is funded from Comcast fees, and we have 2 project managers who are funded from hotel motel tax / Quincy 400.
2
And all of
project.
those salaries are 100% funded by those positions, those funding sources.
Sorry, 2 project managers funded by hotel motel tax, is that right?
That is correct. Subsequent, previous appropriations from this body, I believe there were 2 last year that came in during various times of the year.
What do those project managers do?
They manage projects. Through you, Madam Chairwoman. In particular, one works closely with the business community on a number of initiatives. Another works research, does assist, for example, was very helpful on the ENC, compiling the ENC piece, and also related to their work as part of the Quincy 400. It's been sort of a continuation to some degree of last year, obviously to a much less extent, but a number of the events we have planned going forward, they've had major roles in those.
Okay, thank you. And then you said there was 1 city vehicle, and is that the mayor's vehicle, and does that go home with him?
That is the mayor's vehicle. It does not go home with him unless it's a very rare occasion where he needs to be someplace in the morning. He has a night event, maybe needs to be someplace in the morning. Generally speaking, the mayor drives his personal vehicle to the office and uses the vehicle. And I think I mentioned this to you, that probably half the time during the day, he'll use the city vehicle, and half the time he'll use his personal vehicle.
And does he have a driver all the time or sometimes?
Just sometimes.
Just sometimes, okay. And is that paid out of the mayor's budget?
No, that's actually security. I would be reluctant to call it driver. That is a occasional security detail from the police department that he has, that does provide a transportation component, particularly when there are multiple events in a row where getting in and out, it can be a little bit problematic, those sorts of things, and also larger events where the police department wants to have someone with the mayor.
Okay. And then the Commissioner of Public Buildings, when he was before us, mentioned that many or perhaps most of his appointed positions come to him from the mayor's office, and I just wondered, what sorts of processes do you have in place to ensure fairness in job announcements, interviewing, and hiring?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, the mayor is the appointing authority. Every job application, every position that is hired is ultimately approved by the mayor. There are a number of instances. It sort of runs the gamut. The department heads follow a hiring practice through human resources in a lot of cases. And there are cases where folks have inquired to our office directly about available positions. And that's when we would get involved. There's also, I believe it was Counselor, it has come up in the past. A number of years ago, some of the jobs weren't necessarily posted online, but most jobs now are posted online. So I would say it covers the range from department heads handling most of the hiring process from the application process up to appointing and making the recommendation to the mayor, to direct recommendations from the mayor.
Okay. And then I had asked for information about like the community liaison position, the kind of quantitative number of calls or visits. What I received was not quantitative, and I don't see him here, but I'm just wondering.
Counselor, are you referring to constituent services or community liaison?
No, the community liaison.
Okay. My understanding was the question relative to quantitative was more related to constituent services, and you more so wanted a general description on community liaison, which we did provide.
Yes. I guess I was asking for both, the quantitative for both of those roles.
I'm happy to follow up and provide a little bit more detail, a little bit more meat on the bone to what the community liaison does.
Yeah. That would be good, because I think what I'm seeing, and I know that I was one of the people who really advocated hard for the equity director position. In the end, the community liaison position is not an equity position, but a different position that sounds like it's sort of more trying to help constituents understand, what services are available to them. And I'm just concerned that that's kind of similar to the constituent services position.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chairwoman, I appreciate the question. I think this position has made inroads into groups and organizations in the equity realm, has created a space for people to feel comfortable discussing the issues that they have, which my recollection was at least a major component of the onus to create the position, working with various community organizations, Bay State Community Services, Interfaith, a number of those sorts of places in that space where people can feel comfortable having those conversations. From a practical standpoint, also the position is running and expanding our language access program through the planning department. So it's been very helpful to have someone who is in communication with the various agencies that help us with that and can coordinate on a dime to get those services provided. And, as Mr. Fatsy's probably mentioned, I think, during his presentation, that we're continuing to expand that operation. We're providing more language access than we have at any time in the past, which I think is certainly a good thing. And this position has been very helpful in doing that. This person also works with our Commission on Disabilities directly, again, a group that, going back to the premise of providing a voice and a space for a number of these groups, he has been quite helpful in providing that listening board and that sounding board and gauging what issues there are. So I do think there's definitely been some quantitative results.
Thank you. I think we'll be very interested in seeing them. What I've met with the community liaison, and I've asked to meet with him, and he was gracious with his time. But I am concerned about how much is happening there, and trying to quantify his position in terms of outreach. Some of the goals that are listed seem like things that might have been done already, and he's been in the position for a few years. So to continue to build upon the existing relationships between city departments and agencies while forging new relationships through the lens of multiculturalism, continue to create greater visibility of the role, gather metrics over time to track issues, trends throughout the city, create a database that lists agencies and community groups throughout the city to be used as a resource, build upon the community liaison website. I guess all of these seem, I know when I heard him on QETV talking about things, it was that he wanted to create greater visibility for the role, and I just think we need to be a bit more ambitious for this position. So I personally don't think this is a full-time position, but I'm willing to just, I guess, leave it for this year, but I'm hoping that we'll see more over the coming year.
You all set? Councilor Yuan.
I have a question about, follow up with Councilor McKee's question. So I would like to know what's the different job description between community liaison and the constituent service. How many positions in constituent services?
Two.
Two?
Yes.
Okay. And I know one is can provide multi-language service, and how about another one?
That is correct. It is a team of two, with one having a very specific designation with multilingual services, specifically serving our Asian American community.
And another one also
No.
No, okay. No. And how about the community liaison? Is he also speak multi-language?
I'm not 100% sure, Counselor.
And what's the major difference between these two roles?
Sure. The constituent services team handles direct constituent requests, running the wide range of service calls, in-person visits, phone calls, emails, the online system, the basic stuff of constituent services, parking issues, traffic issues, construction, management issues, the tree issues. Those calls often first find their way to our office, and these folks work very hard managing those requests, spreading it out to the departments, and then tracking to the best of their ability the results. I would say, and I provided some information to Councilor McGee, that constituent services is probably between an average, a dozen calls, visits a day, and that certainly can spike depending on if there's a major issue in a particular neighborhood. You could have 20 to 30 calls, visits, emails in a day that these folks handle. The community liaison position is something I find entirely separate. It was based off of a request from this council to create a role within the DEI space to forge some relationships, create sounding board, build relationships with some of these outside agencies, providing space and providing opportunity for people to discuss and have access to the city that they may not felt that they have had previously. Again, and that requires a lot of work with some of our non-governmental partners, Bay State Community Services, Interfaith, those types of places, Quincy Pride, those types of arenas that has been the responsibility of this position to get into. I view the two things as entirely separate.
Okay.
And I just add that the specific function, repeating that our language access program, that position is responsible for as well.
Follow up your statement. You said this role function like a sounding board, but mayor's office also have a director of communications, and you have a constituent service. I just feel you add another community liaison is kind of redundant, and we don't want the government to become bigger and bigger. So for this reason, I would like to make a motion to cut this line 510017.
Okay, we have a motion to cut 510017, community liaison, $92,564.
Yes.
Any discussion on the motion? Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam President. Or Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I mean, with the wishes of Councilor McKee, she said she'd be offering to say, listen, we just need a little bit more, and we'll give another year. I'm just pleading with you to cut an entire position like this. It's been in existence for the last 3 to 4 years, I believe. The person's been working in the community, nonprofits, everything that Mr. Walker has said. And there was definitely prior to this, there was almost like an ad hoc committee where Councilor Ian Kane was on that committee to kind of form this position. So with the wishes of prior councils and the city, I mean, a lot of folks, like activists in the city, wanted to have this position. So I would just ask you to maybe give another year, if you could, and I hope the other councilors would just give another year and see if we could kind of have some updates on this particular position rather than just cut it tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Hughley was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So I followed all of the council deliberations for the definition of this role. It was actually a department at one point, but it makes sense that it's part of the executive team. I followed the formation of it. When this individual started, I witnessed, well, he reached out to me just because of my involvement in so many different organizations throughout the community, whether it's QCAP, even running Porch Fest, Wollaston Hill, other things that I contribute to proactively identify all the different constituency groups. And I've witnessed this person going on QATV to communicate their message. I've seen this person continuously working through to network, to be approachable, right? And part of why, if you follow me on social media, you see I go to a lot of different events, a lot of different places, work with a lot of different groups, and that's because I like to meet people where they are. And I feel like not everyone really enjoys getting up in front of hundreds of people and speaking into a microphone at open forum. Most people would prefer to take you aside at the playground or at the PTO event and express their concerns or their thoughts or their feelings. And I've seen this individual doing both at the macro level when it comes to identifying organizations, networking, as well as the micro, going into meet with individuals. And I had a situation where I had a child in my care through foster care, And this individual was proactive and reached out and helped connect me with some resources in the community that helped us provide for the needs of this child. So I think to look at this position and say, hey, this seems redundant, I can say that I absolutely do not think this is a redundant role based upon my personal experience working with this individual and seeing their activities throughout the community. And it's creating relationships with different groups that maybe hadn't had a relationship with the city or hadn't had as much of a relationship with the city as they would like to. That's not a one and done. It's not build a list and then we use the list. Relationships get cultivated. And so for that reason, based upon what I've heard, I don't know that what I've heard justifies eliminating the position. So I wouldn't be in favor of doing so based upon what I've heard. I don't think the case is there. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to see if anyone else want to comment who has not on the motion. You all set? Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Yuen.
Oh, just a follow-up with Councilor DeBona and Councilor Hubley's comment. I do hear you, and every position, once you create, you always will have some job descriptions. You will create some job descriptions. And since the last 4 years, from 2022 to 2026, the city totally increased 440 positions. That's a lot. So how can you justify this kind of staffing in last 4 years? And every position you will say, yeah, that employee in that position will do some work. But I'm just wondering, how come in last 4 years you can increase more than 400 positions in the city? So for that reason, I know it's very difficult to cut a position once you already create that position, people already work in that position, is very hard to cut. But we have to start somewhere. Otherwise, if you keep hiring in this speed, all those employees' salary, health insurance, pension, all paid by regular taxpayers. And if your hiring speed is that much, that's really create concern to residents, to taxpayers. So I really would like to start now. We need a really pay more attention to the hiring, to those jobs created. If it's not really completely necessary, if you always can give some, say this person did some job. I don't say he doesn't do anything, but I think when the city and the $2 billion debt, you do have to streamline the work. If you can consolidate, you should the job position. If you can consolidate, you should consolidate. But if you keep hiring on this speed, that's alarming. I don't think if residents know that, they will agree. Last 4 years, increased more than 400 positions. So,
okay, Councilor Yuen.
For this reason, yeah.
Yeah. So you have the motion.
Yeah, I
You
have the motion to.
Councilor Ash would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully, I wouldn't want to conflate the hiring with one position. I remember how important it was for the city council prior to my tenure to have this liaison, this DEI role, and I remember how opinionated people are on each side. I found it at the time to be, necessary, and I know the individual. He works hard, and sure, he's actually, we met just last month about introductions to the faith leaders in Quincy Point, and I obviously, as representing may not be obvious, but as representing one of the more diverse areas of the city, I found that conversation certainly welcoming, and his mission at that moment was how to connect with different faith backgrounds. And I can appreciate that there may be need for some metrics or a more defined job role. I do think that the previous, the council that had the undertaking and the task to hire and to ask the mayor to create this position, at that point, they met the burden of their mission to have this hire. I don't know that what in front of us is going to necessarily meet the burden to eliminate it. I guess I would look at it as a burden of proof issue, if you will. So that's my opinion on it. I can appreciate, needing maybe some more defined roles, some metrics, some bullet points and whatnot, but that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Ash. Oh, God. Does anyone who hasn't spoke want to say anything? No. Counselor Ryan? Hang on a second. Where am I? Ryan, go ahead,
To
Counselor
you,
Ryan.
Madam Chair, thank you. Taking a look at the 2 constituent services positions, along with the diversity inclusion officer, it might look like there is a similarity in what they're doing, but with DEI positions being eliminated all over the country, I would be a little bit reluctant to eliminate the position.
Thank you, Counselor Ryan. Counselor Hughley, you all set, or did you want to go first?
Thank you, through you. Yeah, I think if you were watching the formation of this department, and I'm not too sure how many of us watched the formation of this, the role. I'm not too sure how many people were watching the formation of this role, and I'm not too sure how many of us have been involved with this position's role. But maybe to go back a little bit, and I don't want to drag everyone through all of it, but I think the salient point that I'd like to make amongst all those discussions is, I think the city at the time prior to this position's creation thought that they had the amount of staffing to handle the volume of constituent services. And I think the case that was made by previous council was that, yes, sure, I'm sure the mean time to repair, the average response time is probably there. But I think they felt that without this role, there were a lot of groups that, so think of it like they felt like they were handling all the calls and the inquiries they were getting. But I think in the creation of this position was motivated more by the fact that they thought the inquiries were being suppressed, and that we could only open up and make people feel comfortable and better about interacting with their government if we did some outreach and some proactive actions into constituencies that traditionally we hadn't. And so I think I would look at this as a efficiency position for sure. And I think the performance of this position, based upon my visibility in the community since it started, has added value. And so I think you can look at this and say, hey, this seems redundant, and oh, by the way, we've hired 400 people. I think, sure, you can do that. But having experience personally, having been a CEO of an organization that had about 30 employees, having been a vice president of a division that had 54 employees, it doesn't really work that way. I don't think this is as much a numbers game. I don't think you can take an individual position and then overburden that position's decision-making process with global statistics of volume employees. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just go right down. Councilor DeMona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular position was really mounted from the city council level. We pleaded with Mr. Walker, we pleaded with the mayor to kind of put this position in. And the reason why we did it, it was spearheaded by Nina Liang and Byron Palmucci, as well as Ian Kane eventually and myself, that this was a position that the people of the city of Quincy came to us and said, we need to do a DEI position in the city of Quincy. We're behind, other towns and cities are doing them. We felt pressure from the city, the residents of the city, so they formed basically a commission, and they worked it out, and they pleaded with the mayor that we needed this in the city. It's worked out really well. I could understand where you're coming from, but there was a lot of activists I was fielding a lot of emails and calls, and the public was really on us to make sure that we funded a position like this. So as a commission, as an ad hoc committee, we asked the mayor and Mr. Walker to fill this position. So it was something that we asked for. I can't speak for Council Mahoney. I don't know if she was involved, but I know that I got a lot of pressure from the outside. And we hired a person of color. I mean, you look at the diversity up here in the city council. We hired a person of color, and this person's involved with helping other people. So it goes cross, you know. So I respectfully ask my fellow councilors if you could leave this position. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to let Councilor McKee go and then I'll let you. Okay, Councilor McKee.
So I was one of the loudest people asking for this position, and I wish it had been the position that I had asked for. The mayor said that he didn't see the need for an equity department, and so it was called community liaison, and the idea at the time was to increase people's awareness of what services the city had. I feel that this position really needs a lot more structure to it, and I'm happy to work with the administration on trying to do that. I don't want to, I think I want to give this position another year, but I don't think this is what I would call an EDI position. And I think that I don't understand exactly what's happening with this position. So I do have concerns that it may not be as effective as it could be. So, but I will work with the administration, and I will vote to keep this around for another year, because I don't want to suddenly cause someone to lose a position in 2 weeks.
Agreed. Thank you. Councilor Mahoney. Hang on, go ahead.
I agree with Councilor McGee on this, not cutting it for this year. But I'm going to counter something that Councilor DeVona said. So Councilor DeVona, it's not the position that people wanted. It was a compromise. And this is not, what happened is not what was looking for if the community was not looking for it. And there's been several things that have happened when you're looking for it. You're saying, we're looking to see how we can integrate maybe people of all different backgrounds into all different things, whether it's the high school. I like to always say, you really should be able to look at a community and recognize everybody who's representing them or working in their community, whether it's in the schools or in the police or in the fire or in City Hall. And, we have a person that's community liaison, but I don't see anybody in working with anybody, and I'm saying this out loud because I have talked to them, working with departments to see how we can recruit different people of different backgrounds. And diversity, equity, and inclusion just, does not always mean a person of color. It doesn't always mean many of the things that people think it does. It means people with handicaps. Somebody who might be deaf can work in you could find out you have a family that's deaf and you want to make sure that there's sign languages at the Pride Festival, or might be having it at the farmer's market, or it could be somebody that's visually impaired. And in a city, mostly in a city, especially when you have MBTA routes, you'll have more people with disabilities that live in the city because there are opportunities to be able to be involved in the community. So no, this is not, it wasn't about going out talking to interfaith, or we already have that. We know we have relationships with that. It was really about finding ways that we could bring more people who may be isolated because of their situation, whether it's their physical or mobility or their lack of things, to the community. And, you know, I worked with many of those people. I met Maggie in some of the things that we were doing. It's an important piece of what community should be doing, and it should be interactive in between, not just in a community liaison piece, but it should also be working with HR. It should be working with the schools to see how we can recruit people, how can we get more people. It's also somebody that could also potentially help, I will say helping with the management of language barriers. That sounds like a good plan, but what doesn't seem like happens in this position, which happens in a lot of positions, which is, you know, I met him, he's a great person, he's doing a good job, he's a good boy, he's a good, great guy, whatever you want to say, but there's no goals. And that's what's missing from this role. There's no goals and there's no, because it checked a box. And that's what I don't like about positions like this is you're checking a box for a community to say you did it, as opposed to doing it right. And, you know, that I know many people who think that it's a great thing to work in a municipality, you don't have to actually do anything, no show job. I'm not saying that that's what this person's doing, but I am saying that sometimes that's what happens because there's no goals and no discussion with necessarily the people who can help shape that, and no desire for that to happen either. So I'm not going to cut this position tonight, but I am going to ask Damien to come up before us and talk to us and see how we can help him, because maybe he has asked those questions and he hasn't had a supportive group of people to help him navigate what he wants to navigate. But I can guarantee you that that was not the role that people were asking for, and I'm glad that you were supportive, but I don't remember you being at many of the things, because I was.
Okay, Counselor. I'm just going to take privilege. I agree with mostly. Have you had a chance, David? Okay, David, go ahead. Counselor Jacobs, go ahead.
So I just want to just let everyone know, the audience, on TV, here, I heard what was said. I was planning on supporting cutting this position when it was proposed. After listening to people here, I'm changing my mind. I've heard some things. People come in with their minds made up. Well, I just changed my mind. I have heard from this gentleman on a few occasions, and after just listening to Councilor Mahoney and what she just said, when I would get emails from him, he was like, I'd like to meet with you. And now that I'm thinking back on it, I think he's emailing us because he has a lack of guidance. He's asking us for help, and I think it's because he's not really getting that help, in the current place that he is right now. So, just from listening, to Councilor Hubley, Councilor Mahoney, Councilor DeBona, Councilor McKee, I am going to be changing my mind. I'm going to be voting to keep this position for this year.
Okay. I'm going to take some privilege, and I feel the same way. I think that the role is not what was intended when there was a push for this position to be created, but if we cut it now, we'll never get it back. I think that the individual, we've all certainly had interactions, probably just needs a little more structure, a little more guidance, some goals to be set. And, I agree with Councilor McKee that, there's a whole year to be able to try to reshape this role. And so I would not be voting in favor of cutting it. So, Councilor Yen, I think we're ready to take our vote. We really are. What's that? We're all ready to take our vote, but go ahead. I'll give you a minute. I will give you a minute.
Just clarify, this is about the position, not about the person. So it has nothing to do with people have color. Myself is people have color, right? So it's really not about the person, is the position, the job description, what's this supposed to do. If we found it's redundant, we're trying to consolidate. That's how you make the government more efficient, especially when your government the whole city is in the huge debt, and the government, if keep hiring in last 4 years, you hire more than 400, you increase more than 400 positions. That's alarming. So I would like to discuss with my colleagues, also discuss with the mayor, with administration, how do we deal with this kind of hiring spree? Because taxpayers really couldn't afford this kind of hiring.
Councilor Yan, I would like to take a vote on this motion, okay?
And,
To cut
and
the
I
position.
have listened to all this, so I can take my motion back. But I do want to bring this to people's attention. How are
I
we
think
going
we've
to?
accomplished that, Councilor Yuan. I think we've accomplished that with all of this dialogue. So you can either withdraw it, or we can bring it forward for a vote. What's your preference?
Yeah, I can withdraw it,
Okay.
as long
Okay.
as
So we'll withdraw that.
everyone pay attention to this staffing level.
Okay. Councilor Mahoney?
I have a cut for premium pay 510193 by $780 to bring the amount down to $3,120.
Okay.
Asked for by Chris Walker.
So line item 510193, premium pay, reduce that from $3,900 to $3,120. On the motion, any discussion? We'll take a roll call.
Counselor Ash? Yes. Counselor DeBona? Yes. Counselor Hughley? Yes. Counselor Jacobs? Yes. Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee? Counselor Ryan? Yes. Counselor Yuan? Yes. Chairman Riley?
Yes.
Madam
Motion to approve this budget as amended. Any discussion? Okay.
Director of
Hang on. Go
Sorry.
ahead.
Director of Communications, 510401, I'd like to cut $3,661, bringing it back to $122,004. Because we're supposed to have
Okay.
Straight.
510401, Director of Communications. The motion is to cut that line item from 25,665, cut it by 3,661, and what's the math?
it's going to be that's just what it was before, 122,004.
It would go down to what, 120?
122,004.
004, okay.
I think it's an appointee.
It's an appointee?
It's an appointee.
Okay. So on the motion, any discussion? It's basically just level setting it.
I have a motion to approve as amended first.
Oh,
Madam Chairwoman?
sorry. Hang on, go ahead.
Just to, on the general policy when it's come to wage increases, that what we have included in this budget and has been recommended in previous departments was everyone outside of the department head at the mid-level were allotted the 3% raise that the unions were. I'm just throwing that out there. So this would be a little bit of an anomaly as to what we've done with the other departments.
Noted. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilor Hughley?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Riley. Through you, I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more of a rationale behind the change, behind the cut before. I kind of like to know why we're cutting before we just cut.
I think it's
So-
just level setting without an increase.
Right, but don't all the other positions have the same 3% increase? And yeah. I
Councilor
know.
Jacobs, please.
Mr. Walker made that clarification. But why this one?
Yeah, I'm going to do another one.
Councilor Jacobs, please. I don't have your mic on, so you can't, I won't be able to, and I'm going to get people criticizing me for that. Well, we have a motion to accept the budget as amended with just the cut to 510193. So we would have to take a roll call vote on that in order to entertain any further cuts. So on the motion to accept as amended, okay.
Counselor Ash? Yes. Counselor DeBona?
Yes.
Counselor Hughley?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs?
No.
Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan?
We're accepting the budget as amended with line item 510193 is the only amendment that we've made.
Chairman Riley?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, moving on. Moving on to celebrations.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Oh, wait, sorry. There you go.
This budget is level funded. This budget, as the body knows, goes to pay for various events across the city, running from the large to small, things like the Christmas parade, things like Lunar New Year, things like August Moon, a number of other events like that. It is level funded.
Okay, do we have any discussion on this budget? Councilor McKee?
So what criteria are used to determine which celebrations get funded? Because I've noticed that, for example, the Boy Scout breakfast has received $28,000 from Celebration since 2019, with the amount increasing from about $1,500 to $8,300 per year in that time. And I feel like there might be other organizations that would appreciate receiving city funding for their events. So how does that get decided?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, Councilor, it depends on the request of the organization, the size of the event, the ability of the group to fund the event. There's a wide range of factors that go into it. It's case-by-case basis. Outside of the direct funding to specific city events, it's generally working with those outside organizations and coming up with a number that is agreed to be appropriate.
So other organizations could come to the mayor's office or who would they appeal to?
Mm-hmm.
The mayor's office? Okay. Similarly, about venues, what criteria are used to determine which venues are chosen?
Vendors?
Venues, I see a lot,
Venues.
for example, from like Terrell Room.
Yeah, again, it depends on size, scope of event. There are some events that require, for example, the size of the Terrell Room. There are some events that may require a smaller venue. There have been events in the past that have required the largest venue at the Marriott, for example, or Granite Links. That really just depends on the event itself and the size of the anticipated public audience.
And then I have a question about the Quincy Foundation. It's received $1.1 million in city funding, mostly through the celebrations account in the past 20 years. But I can't find this organization listed in the Secretary of State's corporations database. And it says there was a 2024 Ledger story that said the foundation receives the money raised through the Mayor's Cup golf tournament, a tournament held annually at Granite Links. And that story said that the foundation provides funding for Flag Day and Christmas parades. But the city's data showed that the city has paid the Quincy Foundation for these parades and other events. And some of those events are just listed as like events, and it's not really clear what they are. So in 2025, the city paid the Quincy Foundation $100,000 for the two parades. So what can you tell me about this organization and who runs it?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, I don't have all the details. I can say, as it is a private nonprofit, I can say that this is, historically, this was the group that, it was the Christmas Parade Festival Committee, it was the Flag Day Committee. They were essentially consolidated into one entity with a goal of furthering some additional charity work, but this is essentially the entity that historically has paid for, through contributions from the city. There's obviously, as you've seen through this account, there's always been contributions from the city. Some years are different than others, depending on the committee's needs. But this is the group that has historically run our two major parades, and that also does additional charity work. I can see if I can find, like, I don't have a tax ID number on hand. You know, I know it's a 501c4, not a 501c3. I'm aware of that. I don't know if that makes a difference when it comes to the Secretary of State's office and the filings. But whatever information, I'm sure we can reach out to the group and figure out and get all the proper information that you request.
Yeah, it might be helpful to have an oversight hearing about that, just because the lack of information about them is concerning. That's it.
Anyone else? Councilor Yuan.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, follow up that question, the celebration, including all those parades, correct? How many parades each year?
So, through you, Madam Chairwoman, it depends from year to year. If you look through the histories, there are years where there's a larger contribution for either Flag Day or the Christmas Parade or the Christmas weekend celebration. It has varied from year to year, but essentially it is the two major parades and the weekend of Thanksgiving weekend, which also includes the tree lighting and Santa, used to be Santa Parachute, now it's Santa Helicopter, and the parade as well that weekend. I'd be happy to have a discussion about the reason why we went from Santa Parachute to Santa Helicopter, if at some point.
We all remember.
So July 4th also have a parade?
July 4th, there is no central city event. Our patriotic event of the year has historically, for the last 75 years, has been centrally Flag Day, which was this past weekend. There are neighborhood, very popular, very traditional, very historic neighborhood events on July 4th. Squantum has a wonderful parade, and the city provides assistance. I don't know, there might be some money out of this account historically that has helped support that. Marymount has a terrific parade on July 4th. There's the O'Hara Circle bike parade, but we do not have a focused central city July 4th event.
And we also have a Memorial Day parade, right?
Yes, and those are largely run, perhaps some assistance through this account, but largely out of Veteran Services, both the Memorial Day Parade, the Veterans Day Parade. Those are smaller in nature. When it comes to the parade, I think the ceremony and the event itself, the symbolic importance of those events are, they're more solemn than these major celebratory events. And the ceremonies that are part of those days are a little bit different than a lot of the things that we would fund out of this budget, Councilor.
And so I have a question. The Memorial Day parade, we have a city have a Memorial Day parade. Police department have a Memorial Day parade. And the firefighter department also have a Memorial Day parade.
So through you, Madam Chairwoman, those are three distinct events. Two of them, on Sundays in June, I believe it's the first and second Sunday in June. The police have a police memorial to honor fallen police officers. That is not funded through this budget. Similarly, almost identically, the fire department has a fire memorial where they honor their fallen brothers and sisters. And then Memorial Day is, of course, the national holiday of Memorial Day, where we honor the men and women who sacrificed their lives in service of the country.
And so does that 3 parade every year happen? Like every year you have a city's Memorial Day parade and the police and the fire parade every year like that?
Yes.
And I'm just considering maybe consolidate 3 parade. Does that work? Because more people can get involved and more people can join the
Understood,
parade.
Counselor, except that there are 3 very distinct things. The police memorial is specifically for police officers who have died in the line of duty. The fire memorial is specifically for firefighters who have died in the line of duty. And of course, Memorial Day is for the men and women of our armed services who have died in the line of duty. They are quite distinct.
Okay, I was thinking put together, then more people can all enjoy the 3 parade. So another question, so the expense on the parade is mainly for security or for, what's the cost?
Which parade?
Like a Flag Day parade or any
Yeah,
parade,
so
like
the major, the expenses out of the budgets that is before you would be for anything ranging from the talent involved in the parade, floats, anything pretty much related to the parade itself. I do not believe security would be involved in that. The Flag Day Parade has bands. There's a fee associated with that. There are fees associated with any number of groups that might be participating in the parade. There's a fee associated, obviously, with running the operation, the flag raising, and the fireworks. The fireworks, of course, are donated, but there are substantial costs involved in running a parade.
Okay. I'm just thinking, like, can we kind of recruit more volunteers doing these things? Because I think people would like to volunteer for all those wonderful parade, and by that also can save some cost for the city.
We actually, Counselor, through you, do have a lot of volunteers that work during the parades. There is certainly a paid component to it, but everyone who was at Flag Day this past weekend would have noticed folks in the blue Flag Day committee shirts, that those people are volunteering. And there's a good number of them. They get the parade off the starting point. They try to keep it running smoothly. Everyone hates a parade that stops for 15 minutes and has gaps and those sorts of things. And, specifically when it comes to the Flag Day Parade, the key element of the Flag Day Parade has always historically been all of the youth groups that participate marching with their groups and their flags, and coordinating that logistically is quite a task, and that is all done by volunteers.
So the major cost is by making the floats, there's some fees paid by...
Yeah, there's some cost to that. There's also the bands that march. There's a fee associated with that, and a number of other items.
You have to
that go-
pay those bands to...
Sure, because we like to attract for specifically, for the Christmas parade and the Flag Day Parade, we attract nationally recognized marching bands, and there's a cost associated with that. It takes time and effort to book those places. They get booked pretty early on in the year, and folks, we have the committee that works on it. They circle the group of bands that they want, and we take great pride in the quality of the participants in the parade, especially the quality of the marching band parade. Now, it doesn't cost any money for us to have necessarily the North Quincy High marching band, which, if going back over the last several years, the folks who have attended the parade every year know how much that group has grown as part of this parade over the last several years.
And what I want to say is, at this time, the economic is not so good, and the debt is so big, everyone is tightening the belt. If we have to cut, we can't. We just said we don't want to cut people's position, but then what else we can cut? For maybe something not urgent or very necessary, maybe we can cut because everything the spending have to be prioritized. Otherwise, how can we give taxpayers a break? We have to find some way to cut the budget. So by saying that, I suggest the volunteers, maybe the float can make people donate money to make the floats. I think it's the spirit of the parade count more than the formality or cost. By that, I would like to make a motion to cut the celebration budget of cut 50,000. I think when everyone tightens the belt, we can cut something not so urgent or necessary.
Okay, so the motion on 570800 celebrations, reduce that from $300,000 cut by 50 to 250,000. Okay, discussion on the motion. Councilor Hubley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, on the motion, so I've listened to my colleagues and their questions about the different events. It seems like they've dug in to identify what this line item funds. And when I look at evaluating the value of an event, I often try to look at what's the impact, like how many people benefit from the event, and what is the cost of that benefit. And so when I see parades, I see the attendance, thousands, right? Like lining the streets. It's a big impact. Then I look at other types of events. I know, a little money towards the Scout Breakfast was mentioned. But what I didn't hear mentioned was, I guess, what is the cost of the programming for the Ruth Gordon Amphitheater?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, I believe that's in the $15,000 range, Councilor.
Okay. So I've attended those events quite often. I think it's based upon my track record through the Wollaston Hill Neighborhood Association and being a founder of Porch Fest and running that for the past 10 years. It probably doesn't require any explanation as to my appreciation for community building and live music and events. Surely I value those things. In fact, a lot of the work I've done as a volunteer shows that, and hope I wouldn't have to explain that much more. But Ruth Gordon Amphitheater, I guess if we're looking at doing changes to the budget, I would say the crowd varies between 200 to 400, maybe 500 per instance. Many of them are the same each week, so it's not like we're attracting 500 people and then 500 different people and then 500 different people. And then I look at the cost of that programming at $15,000. I think back, so, I've been running Porch Fest for the past 10 years. We attract about 20,000, 25,000 people to that event across 3 different neighborhoods. It is completely self-funded. We don't get a penny from the city to do that. We hustle, we sell shirts. When it comes to Wollaston Hill Neighborhood Association, we get, on our events, I think our biggest event, we got about 400 people. We do the concert series similar to the Ruth Gordon. That's when we had the Gypsy Moths one time, we had over 400 people. But we generally get about 150 to 300. It's open to the entire city. It's not just Wollaston Hill. And that organization was started by me and my wife. And we self-funded that organization to the tune of $5,000 for the first 2 years, which I've never been paid for, and I volunteered all of my time and talents into community organizing and community building to build that organization that really funds itself. Each year we throw 4 separate concerts with 2 different performances and food vending. And it's all paid for by selling shirts, asking for donation, hustling, and in some cases, some of my own investments, and not a single volunteer that I have working with me gets paid. And likewise with Porch Fest, not a single volunteer gets paid, and we put in months of time on that. We do go for grants. The Mass Cultural Commission can give you a grant. We do get donations. We have a couple of folks who throw us a few $100s. One person's been throwing us $1,000 every year, and that's because he's one of the volunteers. Him and his family really appreciate what it does. So when I compare and contrast what Porch Fest costs the city, which is, aside from some police going around the neighborhoods, it's next to nothing. And then what Saturdays in the Park, which runs for 4 weeks in September, cost the city nothing. And it's all self-funded. I wonder to what extent some of these other things can also be self-supporting and find sponsors and so forth. So I guess I'm curious why we didn't look at that particular expenditure and the number of people it serves, but we looked at parades and the number. You see where I'm going? So I guess I'd love to hear a little bit more on the motion from my colleagues on that.
I'm going to take some privilege because I, too, love Porch Fest. I agree with Councilor Yuan that, you know, community-driven events have a different vibe and a different feel to them. I did ask Madam Auditor had run a list of expenditures out of this account, and $75,000 this year went to the Quincy Foundation. So I agree with Councilor McKee that we need to get a better understanding of what that is. A 501c4 is not a charitable organization. It is a nonprofit, but not a charitable organization. And there was some other things. I mean, there's a lot of really good, the Salvation Army and Dove and Interfaith, they all receive donations from this line, Quincy Pride. So, you know, we don't want to impact any of those. But there's one like the Terrell Room, State of the City in March, but the State of the City thing was in February. So I don't know if that's mislabeled.
No, that's just the bill, and actually, that was not actually the Terrell Room. That was at Quincy High School. The Terrell Room is the incorporated company that provided the catering for.
They catered it, okay.
For the State of the City.
Okay, and then the billing was later.
Yep.
Okay. So, you know, again, the $75,000 to the Quincy Foundation, I couldn't find any information on that as well, and I agree with Councilor McKee that perhaps it might be a better conversation for oversight, but it would seem to me that that alone could absorb the $50,000 proposed cut that Councilor Yan has made, but that's where I'll leave it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to elaborate a little bit on the celebration fund, it's been something that the residents of the city, the citizens, I really like. A lot of these parades and the different things that we've talked about, Thanksgiving weekend. You know, just looking back at the Ruth Gordon Amphitheater that Mr. Hubley has talked about, Councilor Hubie. You know, Sarah Turner Collard, she's reached out to me a few times about this being in the budget. Studio 2, which is the Beatles tribute band, they had over 1,000 people. As a matter of fact, Councilor Yuan, I don't know how many times I saw you this summer there. We ran into each other about 10 times. I was there a lot. All I ask basically is a lot of these different celebrations are items that people really enjoy. If you could, through you, Madam Chair, to Councilor Yuan, would you be willing to cut it in half to $25,000 cut instead of a $50,000 cut?
I hear you, Councilor DeBona and Councilor Hubley, and I enjoy the Ruth Gordon theater, the performance, and the Porch Fest, and that's why I suggested like maybe volunteers doing the work and like you said, sell T-shirt and use all different ways to help cover the cost. So that's why I suggest that even for the parade, maybe people can donate money to make the floats instead of from the budget. That's all. I think people will still enjoy the parade or the celebrations, and if they feel like, oh, I can chip in some money to make a float, they probably will be more enjoying because they actively take part in the parade. So that's for this
Councilor Yang,
parade,
could I just-
it's
Councilor
not
Yang.
just my opinions. I heard from residents. I remember even the last the councilor at large candidate Andrew Fan, when he gave the public comment, he also mentioned how many parades we need when we have such a huge debt. I'm not cutting the parade. I'm just saying maybe we can cut in some cost through creative means. So
Councilor Yen, Councilor DeBona asked a very specific question, if you would be willing to modify your cut to 25,000. It sounds
Okay,
like
I
you would be
accept.
behind that.
You accept?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
So
I make a motion to cut this item, cut the 25,000.
So
of
down
this
to,
item.
down to 275. Okay, Councilor Ryan. I'll let you go last. Okay. I just funded you. What's that? Go ahead, Councilor Ryan.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair. Considering that the Ruth Gordon Amphitheater almost got filled with dirt, I don't think I would want to eliminate any funds going to that program. They do get donations, it's not a lot, but maybe we could promote it a little bit differently or just put a little bit more effort into getting the word out. I think all of these events are very worthwhile because it brings together the community. So instead of reducing the funding, we could actually move it to oversight to see if there is some way that we could possibly streamline it a little or go over all of the details of where the funding is going.
Hope we've got to pass this budget tonight.
know.
So I think that might be a future goal. But, and ultimately, at the end of the day, this is the mayor's budget. So if by reducing this $25,000, I know the Ruth Gordon Amphitheater reached out, I think, to all of us and said that they had been, committed, $15,000 had been committed. They do an awful lot with that small amount of money. So my hope would be that, we wouldn't be funding the Quincy Foundation and cutting the Ruth Gordon, but ultimately, that's the mayor's decision to do so. So, Councilor Mahoney, I'm sorry, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I did.
Hang on. Go right ahead.
I missed the whole conversation about the Quincy Foundation because I had to step out for a second. And I understand where Councilor Yuen's coming from, but I don't think we're really talking about parades. I think we're talking about understanding the foundation. And I know you want to go into oversight to do that. I do feel like so is it a cut $25,000? Right?
We're down to 25, yes.
So that's all I want to say, is that I think without knowing and with the research that was done, I was just confused by the 501c3, 501c4, whatever, we're not sure what it is and we don't know where it's coming from. We do have to have some understanding on that. But also, I just wanted to make a note that, and I do this for every budget, is I wasn't really planning, I didn't really look at this budget that closely because I don't usually look at this one this closely, but when I averaged out the 6 years, it's 244. So over the last 6 years, we paid 240. But to be fair, I was asking Chris also, I think we increased the amount a couple of years ago. So I think I'm okay with the $25,000 cut. I think that won't be that bad. But I do know that the events that we do have are really important to our families. But there is a $75,000 donation. I just don't understand what that is. So if we're paying for our parades out of this money, I'm not sure why we're transferring money to another 501c3, whatever it is, 501c4.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Walker, but isn't the parades coming out of the Quincy 400 line? As did the concerts last year.
No, the parades.
Okay, hang on. There you go.
75,000 this year to the foundation is for the Christmas parade, so in the detail. That's where that money goes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so.
Why do we pay it out, just because I'm confused, why are we paying any money out of the celebration account? Why wouldn't you just pay the detail out of the celebration
I
account?
think from year to year, it has alternated. There have been some direct payments. I think historically, this has been the committee and the group that has operated and funded the Christmas parade. And that's where the money has gone to.
I think the Quincy Foundation also did something with COVID too, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my hesitation here is I never knew money was coming out of the celebration account going into a 501c4. And when we're saying these are all for parades and everything else, and that might be for it, but 501c4 is raising money for the same thing, paying things out. I wouldn't think that you would be funding that separately, and that's the hiccup I'm having, because you do a lot of great things with the celebrations account, and I'm not against all that, but paying out to a nonprofit in that way, like you do with the Boy Scouts, and that's being paid for from the celebrations account, that's not going into anything separate. The Boy Scouts would be also considered maybe a nonprofit. Why aren't you giving them the money to have their own party? But that's not really what you do. You have the party for them. So I'm a little, and then, Quincy Pride is a 501c3. Do we direct money directly to them? I don't.
You do.
Yes, we do.
No, you do. You said.
We get
Yeah.
We get a donation every year, traditionally 2,500. This year, that amount is 5,000 because we did have some of our usual sponsors that were not able to contribute this year, and the mayor's office was kind enough to double their contribution.
But that's a donation, and you're actually a recognized 501c3. So I'm bringing that up just because we're recognizing you as a 501c3, and you couldn't take a donation if you weren't one. This is a 501c4, which is community events, but it can't be found anywhere. I think the big problem is nobody understands what the Quincy Foundation is and what it's being used for. It's morphed into many different things, and I think that's probably the problem, because as I was sitting next to Chris, I was asking him that. But I think without knowing what that is and without seeing it, that's where we get complicit in not understanding that and not having a clear explanation of it. If it's registered as a 501c4, is it registered as a 501c4? He believes it is, but it sounds like we haven't been able to find it. I haven't looked, so I can't say I have been able to find it, but that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so we do have a motion. Oh, Councilor Hughley.
We're cutting to.
Yeah, so on the motion, it's just like 30 seconds more. Just to be clear, I'm not in favor of cutting into the celebrations fund. I think my time in community building in this city speaks for itself with the reasons why I would be against doing so. It's an intangible, and when you experience running something like this firsthand, it makes a difference, and that's why I keep coming. Every year I say I'm never doing this again, and then of course it happens, and I'm like, all right, I'll do it again. So just to be clear, I'm not a fan of cutting, but I was more interested in our methodology and our metrics-based, our numbers-based analysis, and why we talked about parades but didn't talk about something that draws much fewer people that cost what seems to be a lot more. Quite frankly, also, when I found out about the funding, I was like, wait, all I had to do is come down to City Hall and get $5,000, and I don't have a dining room full of T-shirts that I'm trying to sell? I mean, me, my wife, and I, we drive around the city delivering T-shirts for 5 months just to pay for Porch Fest. So just on an equitable manner, right? We've been hustling for 15 years without a penny, but these other events, just get a good amount of funding because they asked. Maybe I should have just asked. So, but I don't want to cut into this. I very much appreciate all the events that are happening. There's an intangible effect. I don't know how you put a price on it. So. That's it on the motion.
Councilor Jacobs.
Yeah, I also won't be voting in favor of reducing anything from this budget, but I do have one request. We need more child-friendly things. I have little kids, and, I don't go to that silly thing up at the thing over there because there's alcohol there, and I don't want my kids around it. And I asked the City Hall if we could maybe, if anyone's listening, some childhood events that are alcohol-free. That would be helpful, and I think we could use that.
Okay. Councilor McGee, did you have more?
Well, I also think that, community events are super important, and of course, love the Ruth Gordon Amphitheater, but I do see, I've looked at the celebrations budget for the last several years, and I do think there's money that could go. There's rather a significant amount of money sometimes that goes to events like I think the State of the City address could be very successful without like the $16,000 that was charged for catering. And I know like in 2024, the inauguration of the mayor and council costs like $20,000 at Granite Links. Our cake downstairs in the basement was less, which is good. But I think that there's money. I'm going to be supportive of this cut. I know we can't know exactly where the mayor will take the money from, but I think the amount of money that goes to things like Ruth Gordon, that goes to Pride, that goes to, like the Maria Drost Counseling Services, these are actually smaller amounts, but things that, I think things like the inauguration for $20,000 and the State of the City address for $16,000 and some of the funding that goes to, let's see, this is 2025, $45,000 to the Quincy Chamber of Commerce for holiday lights in Marina Bay. These are things, I don't think we need to be spending this amount of money, so I'm going to support this cut.
Okay. I'd like to take a roll call vote if we're all set. Okay.
Counselor Ash? Counselor DeBona? No. Counselor Hughley? No. Counselor Jacobs? No. Counselor Mahoney? Yes. Counselor McKee? Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan?
Yes.
Chairman Riley?
Yes.
Passes.
Okay. Passed 5-4. Motion to approve the celebrations budget as amended from Counselor DeBona. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. All righty, I think Counselor Mahoney is up next with the council budget.
Ready? Okay, sorry. So this is the city council budget, and the first line obviously is all the councilors. We have, the second line is the city auditor, and she did come to me and asked me, she asked me to bring it down to her original salary of $144,326 because all of the department heads, I want to make sure I get this right, we're not taking the percentage raise, correct, Susan?
That's correct.
And then you did ask me, though, to make sure we maintained, I'm going to apologize because I didn't write it down. Was it premium pay or longevity that we needed to increase?
I would prefer if you made a cut of $8,000. That would leave money left over in my line that we can use for the longevity because there has been an increase in the longevity tables for fiscal '27.
So if I make a cut for $8,000 for 51003, it will leave you enough money for your longevity, correct?
Yes, it will. Thank you.
So I'd like to make a cut for $8,000 for 51003.
Okay, motion to amend that line item. Any discussion on the motion? Counselor DeBona?
So through you to the Madam Auditor, are you okay with that cut?
Yes, I am, Counselor.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So Susan asked me to make that cut. I wasn't making that cut, just to be mean. I just want to let you know that Susan called me
Okay.
and asked me to make that cut. The remainder and the balance is the employees that work for the city council, admin to the council, admin to the assistant, clerk of committees, longevity, clerk, premium pay for a total of, less than 8,000 now, so 8,527. Then we have it's really the amount that follows is repair, maintenance, professional tech, that's in the office itself, and then communications at large is $1,000, and communication by wards are $5,000. I have never used my communications at large, but I know, before I would cut that, that's something that usually gets transferred for ward counselors in case they go over, correct? So I would say that we will leave that there, and just in case any ward counselors, because usually at the end of the year, if we do have to, we will transfer that in. And then we have office supplies and conferences, bringing a total of $88,737. And
Okay, so we just need to vote on the cut. Just all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. And then,
don't know if anybody has any other questions or
any other questions on the budget? A motion to approve as amended? Counselor DeBona? All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. I think that does it. Oh, motion to, oh, well, no, we have to go into full council, right?
Yes, so adjourn.
Adjourn, I'll adjourn the Finance Committee meeting, and we will go into our full council.
We're going to bring the council meeting back in order. It's about 12:27, so Madam Clerk, could you read the numbers for
Number 1, 2026-073, an appropriation, fiscal 2027 general fund budget.
So this is the general fund budget that we just did, and we're just looking for a vote as amended to pass. We need a passage, and it needs a second.
Motion to approve as amended.
Motion to approve is amended, second by Counsel Jacobs. What's that? Do we have the total? Okay.
Is this a full budget?
This is the general, this is the general budget. If we have, do you have the numbers? Okay.
The budget, the proposed budget came in at $491,849,702. There were two amendments, one to the interest on notes, and then also for the downtown offset, which brought the total down to $490,132,782.17. There were further cuts made to various lines totaling $1,668,176, bringing the total revised budget for fiscal 2027 to $488,464,606.17.
Okay. So the amended budget is $488,464,606.17?
Correct.
Okay. Motion by Counselor Riley, seconded by Counselor Jacobs, and we'll need a roll call vote on that.
On the motion?
Yep, on the motion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to elaborate a little bit on the entire budget process, I want to thank fellow counselors for going through this. It's a long one. This was a marathon. We had 3 of them go into the next day, including 12:30 a.m. right now. We had a 1 o'clock and we had another 12:30. I want to thank all the counselors for coming out. It's a long process. This was the most longest ones we've ever done. I want to thank some of the counselors for keeping in the budget the DEI Community Liaison, which we discussed tonight. I want to thank you for this CPC, which is a Community Preservation Committee Director. Thank you for leaving that in the budget. And some of the other cuts on compromising on lowering some of the cuts. So I want to thank the council for actually working together on trying to do that. As I was part of some cuts, particularly the one that stood out to me to be the one that I did not support was the emergency management position and some of the items in that particular budget. And however, I want to thank the council for fully budgeting the police department, the fire department, and the education in the schools. Those three big threes. Thank you for fully funding those three budgets because they're very important to our city. Where we agreed and disagreed on certain votes, I don't think anybody up here voted 100% with each other, which was good. Some people voted for things, some people voted for cuts, some people didn't, which was great. That's what the council's all about. Overall, I just want to thank you for the process. It's been a long one. We're still here going at 12:30 a.m. I don't know if anybody's watching. Probably get a couple text messages and Facebook things, but I just want to thank everybody for this process, and I hope we look forward to July 1st when this new budget gets into consideration. I also want to thank Mr. Chris Walker that sat through a lot of these, Jen Manning, Nikki Crispo, Susan O'Connor here that have been through this. Jim Timmons is out there still. He's out there tonight. A lot of the department heads that have been here for quite a while. Thank you for everything. And Scott Jackson, he's still here tonight from the Quincy Sun. Thank you. But overall, thank you for the process, and I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Yes.
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Hughley. Yes. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee. Yes. Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan. Yes. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Can we go on to item number 2, please?
2026-074, an appropriation fiscal 2027 sewer enterprise budget.
Do you have an amount for that?
The fiscal 27 sewer enterprise budget, $31,685,202.76.
Do we have a motion? Make a motion. Okay, do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Second by motion by Counselor Jacobs, seconded by Counselor Ash, to pass the sewer enterprise budget for $31,685,202.76. Could we please call roll?
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Hughley. Yes. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan.
Yes.
President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Okay, and then we have, sorry.
Number 3,
Take control.
2026-075, an appropriation fiscal 2027 water enterprise budget.
If we could have
Okay.
a number.
The proposed 2027 water enterprise budget was originally $27,654,975.72. There was a cut of $74,000, bringing the total down to $27,580,975.72.
Do we have a motion? Motion approved by Counselor Riley, seconded by Counselor Jacobs. Roll call vote?
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Hughley.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members. Next, number 4, 2026-087, utility grant a location, Mass Electric, Verizon, 10 Independence Ave.
Oh, sorry. Counselor Ash.
Thank you, Madam President.
Took a
This
little
is-
nap, sorry.
This is a utility grant to location, Mass Electric, Verizon, 10 Independence Ave. There was a public hearing held on this earlier this season. It is a new construction build at 10 Independence Ave, and I was waiting on some clearance from the traffic department to bring this out of committee. I was not able to do that on Monday. I did get confirmation since then that this can be voted on and moved. So it did receive a positive recommendation after Public Utility Committee. So I'm asking for a vote on order number 2026-087.
Okay, sorry, I took another break.
Second.
Need a second?
Second.
Can I have a roll call vote?
Counselor Ash.
Yes.
Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Yes. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan.
Yes.
President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Moving
Next is number 5, 2025-139, an appropriation amendment to $3,386,510 for the community preservation accounts.
can't remember what that was. Oh, the correction, yes.
Okay.
Just a motion to, yeah.
Motion approved by Council Riley, seconded by Council DeBona. Can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Yes. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuen.
Yes.
President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members. Next is number 6, 2026-094, an appropriation for $97,603 to Parks Department Personal Services from Community Preservation Fund Administration.
Motion to approve, that's for the administrator.
Motion to approve by Council Riley, seconded by Council Jacobs. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Hughley. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuen.
Yes.
President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Right. Before we go on, we're going to talk about the upcoming meetings, but I'm going to take a point of privilege to be able to make a statement tonight. Not later. I want to address some comments that were made by the mayor regarding the Eastern Nazarene College vote. It's timely, and I feel like I need to do this tonight. The mayor stated the vote was orchestrated by me. I have to be honest, I found that statement really insulting. Not to me, but to every member of this council. The suggestion that 6 elected councilors cannot think for themselves, review information, ask questions, and independently reach the same conclusion is offensive to this body and to the residents who elected us. I am one vote. 1. I do not hire people. I do not award contracts. I do not grant tax incentives. I do not control appointments. I do not have the ability to reward people for agreeing with me or punish them for disagreeing with me. What I do have is a responsibility to ask questions, and I make no apology for doing exactly that. For months, this council has been asking for information. We ask for comprehensive reviews of the city debt. We ask for reviews of the city-owned real estate. We asked for a capital plan. We asked for transparency. Those requests were not political. They were our job. As councilors, we have a responsibility to understand the risks before asking taxpayers to assume the additional debt. We also made it clear that if the city pursued this acquisition, we wanted additional property sold, not simply to offset the purchase price, but to create a meaningful financial cushion should projected revenues or property sales fail to materialize. These concerns were raised. Those concerns were raised. Those concerns were communicated. Those recommendations were largely ignored. At the same time, the numbers we are seeing continue to grow. Last November, the city's debt was reported at approximately $1.6 billion. By April, we had increased that to $1.8 billion, and by June, councilors were being told the number was $2 billion. Those are not my numbers. Those are the city numbers. Those figures are contained in publicly available reports available for everyone to review. When debt grows by hundreds of millions of dollars in a matter of months, asking questions is not obstruction. It is oversight. What I find most troubling is that most of the information councilors ultimately relied on to make the information, we had to find ourselves. We requested it, we waited for it, we asked for it again, and then we spent days reviewing debt reports, financial statements, capital plans, public records, because the answers we requested were either incomplete, delayed, or provided at the last minute. If this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime generation opportunity, then why were the councilors forced to do all that work themselves? Why were we still looking for answers days before the vote? Why were legitimate concerns about debt and financial risks treated as obstacles instead of responsibilities? And if the council was orchestration, if there was an orchestration taking place, it certainly was not coming from this council. This council asked questions. This council requested information. This council did its homework. This council exercised independent judgment. This is exactly what people elected us to do. I also want to address something. There seems to be a belief that because I disagree with the mayor, somehow I hate him. I do not. That has never been the case. I might disagree with him, but I do not hate him, and I never have hated the mayor. We asked for a capital plan, Over the years, I supported many initiatives that this administration for this administration when I believed that there was the best interest of the city. I think you can agree with that, Mr. Walker. I have said yes many times up here. But respect is built on trust, and trust requires honesty. When counselors ask legitimate questions and are accused of obstructing progress, that erodes trust. When information is repeatedly requested and arrives late, trust erodes. When concerns are dismissed instead of addressed, trust erodes. And when 6 independently elected counselors are accused of being orchestrated because they reached a conclusion that the administration didn't like, trust erodes. The administration is entitled to disagree with the outcome. What it's not entitled to do is to question the independence or integrity of a council just because the result wasn't what they wanted. The reality is much simpler. 6 counselors reviewed the information. 6 counselors reviewed the risks. 6 counselors reached the same conclusion. That's not an orchestration, that's a representation. Responsible people can disagree about the outcome of a vote, but nobody should question the motive. The motive was simple: protect the taxpayers. Demand transparency, ask the questions that are needed to be asked, and do the job that you were elected to do. Every counselor who voted Monday night owns that vote, and I respect that. I think the mayor should too. Thank you. So now on upcoming meetings, we have Monday, June 22nd, starting at 6 o'clock. There'll be an oversight meeting, 6:45, Rules Committee, 7 o'clock, special council meeting, and 7:05, ordinance meeting. Tuesday, September 8th is 7:30, wait, no, September.
Well, that's
Tuesday,
the next one.
Tuesday, September 8th at 7:30. I was like, wait, did I miss the summer? Do I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you very much, everybody.